with these cheese boogers. Well, hello there. Welcome, what's up, brothers? Welcome to the live stream. It's been a super busy day, and I sort of had a party last night, so I didn't really sleep much last night. I have a little bit of beer that I have to finish, so I didn't really have much on the agenda to talk about tonight. I didn't come up with a show or a plan for tonight's live stream. Normally we have like an agenda. Tonight we don't. Normally we begin by reacting to some videos or something of that nature, and then we do some live dating advice call-ins, and then we do a panel. And, I suppose we can continue that same trend. I just don't have anything to react to. So maybe to start out, I'll just do a quick Q&A, and, you guys can ask some questions, or maybe we'll find something to react to in the meantime. Who knows? Maybe it'll be a good show. Maybe it'll be fucking garbage. Either way, let's get it on the road. Anyways, first of all, shout out to the chat. We've got Andrew 406, Young Moses, Jeff Thornburg, and Black Savant. Good to have you here. Luis Pizeo, good to have you. Yeah, we're looking decent. We've got some decent lighting going on. Nice dark background. It's inviting. The audio is good. The internet's coming in good. We finally have things on point to do good live streams. So, here we are. Shout out to Beautiful Life in the chat. You know what? We can react to the black pill. I think Wheat Waffles is currently the biggest black pill content creator right now, isn't he? Maybe we'll watch a Wheat Waffles video. Wolf of Bruges. Hey, LFA, I got a question. I get a lot of matches on dating apps, but so many women flake when you ask them on a date. Well, hey, a lot of women are on those dating apps just to get just a little bit of attention, just a dopamine hit. They want to get matches and flirt with some guys, but they don't really meet up with that many guys. Or maybe, she's making plans with several guys at once, and a guy that's a higher priority than you comes into play. So she rejects you for him. Or maybe she has a boyfriend, but he dumped her and she's on the dating app, but then he took her back. You never really know what's going on. Women flake for all sorts of different reasons. Look, here's the thing. If a woman flakes on you, unless she has a legitimate and honest excuse, delete her, get rid of her. One thing that I've noticed, and, with women that flake, or even worse, women that block you, and that's so fucking annoying, but there's women out there that are just blockers, right? This is just like who they are as people. They block you on Snapchat or Instagram or whatever. It's like for no reason. It's like, I wasn't going to message you excessively or something. Like, what the fuck? Like, you just out of nowhere blocked me. Or if she flakes and ghosts and she leaves, just take it as a red flag. Just take it as this girl must be hiding something. This girl must be defective in some way, because normal people don't do that type of shit. Normal people just give you straight up answers. They're transparent. They don't flake. They don't ghost. They don't block. They don't do this weird shit. But people that do are always hiding something. There's always something about them that is either misleading, deceptive, dishonest, or defective. So fucking let them go. Go on, enjoy your freedom. Don't be a simp. I was sitting next to a hot couple today. Both couldn't get off of their phones, posting perfect food pics and posting themselves. No conversation. Well, that sounds like modern couples nowadays, And here's the thing. The thing about that is it's not that they're neglecting the person that they're with, or they don't have social skills. It's just that they have an addiction to their phones. 10 years ago, you would be fired from a job for being on your phone. Like if it was a rule, no phones on the floor, they would fire you. You could be in trouble. Now it's just common knowledge that cell phones are addictions. Like people have an addiction to pull their phone out and look at it every fucking 30 seconds. They just can't, they can't get off of their phones. It's highly addictive, so it is what it is. Black Savant Q, if you're out with a chick and she feels the need to say she had other options but picked you, would you take it as disrespect? I do personally. I would take it as in one ear and out the other. I'd be like, listen, bitch, if this is your strategy to display high value or try to make me think, oh, I'm so fucking lucky to be with you. If that's your strategy, you're worse than a male pickup artist that does the same shit because you're a chick. And, it doesn't get any worse than that, than a woman that thinks she has to display high value. Look, if you're a woman and you want to display high value, just keep your fucking legs shut. Boom. It's magic. Look at that. You're a 10 out of 10. Even if you're a 6 out of 10, if you keep your legs shut, some man out there will view you as a wholesome woman that he can fall in love with, so he'll view you as a 10. That's how it goes. People plan dates for social media content. Yeah, they do. It's a sad thing. Sad thing. Sad deal. All right. All right. We'll be back with a video to react to after these messages.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. That was some first date.
Yes, it was.
We should do it again sometime.
We should, yeah, absolutely.
Just not with each other.
Oh, yeah, definitely not me and you. Nobody wants that.
That's refreshing honesty, just like the bold taste of Ocean Spray's Ruby Red.
Sorry, I dozed off during dinner.
Ocean Spray, it's refreshingly honest.
Remember the good old days when you used to call me and we could talk about anything? I mean anything. Well, I know you thought those days were gone, but they're not. I'm still here, and I'm still waiting. Call me. The good old days are back.
Chip! Gotta have beef, gotta have spice, need a little excitement. Snap it to a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those late night USA Channel phone sex commercials, they were the real deal, weren't they? Guys, you got to remember, there was a time period before porn, like before there was hardcore internet porn, before social media and dating apps. You would be staying up as like a 16-year-old dude, watching these movies on the USA Channel, USA Network. And, around between 11 and 3 a.m., you would get all kinds of phone sex commercials. And if you called them, like if you called, like, it would be fucking weird fucking numbers. It'd be like, you could pretty much just think of like a really sexual sounding term, like 1-800 wet dick, 1-900 wet puss, 1-900 big tits. And you would get a number, like you would get some sort of phone sex line. And, it's like a 16-year-old, you didn't have a credit card to use. So you just call it and it would just be like you and your friends would be like, holy shit. And it'd be like, have you ever wondered what a woman's lips feel like Ooh, yeah. Enter your credit card now. Like it would just be like these really cheesy, really stupid messages. And we didn't have porn. Like we didn't, to us, those commercials, like the one I just played, were extremely like arousing. It was like, whoa. Do you want to talk to a hot babe? Ooh, yeah. We have hot babes that are ready to talk to you. Really dumb, but it was arousing, surprisingly arousing as a 16-year-old guy, not going to lie. Alex Q, I just started lifting 3 times per week, focusing on strength. How do I stay motivated on rest days? LOL. Well, look, rest days are my least favorite days of the week. I feel like I'm missing something. I like literally rest days. I like to party and get like have a drink or something because I feel like something's missing. And I just need, I need a kick. What's going on? But what do you mean stay motivated? Come on, it's up to you to stay motivated. I can't tell you how to do that. Just keep working. Loops well, is romance dead? Well, sir, let me put it like this. When a woman finds you sexually attractive, she wants to fuck you. When a woman has feelings for you, she wants romance with you. She wants to spend time with you. And, you know, when you do romantic things for her, she'll really get excited. But if a woman doesn't like you that much, romance with her is definitely dead. Never existed. Is it best to cut contact with a girl? Is it best to cut contact with a girl who rejected you but wants to keep you as a friend? I've been told there are things more pathetic than a guy who sticks around after getting rejected. Well, hey, look, you know, there's the guy that never makes a move and never gets rejected, but he's still around. That's, you know, the quote unquote friend zone, which is a stupid concept. There's the guy that gets rejected, but sticks around. That's what you call the beta orbiter, right? The beta orbiter. Don't do it. Q. Is it best to cut contact with a girl? Did I just read that? Yeah. Okay. All right. By the way, Master Yoda, who calls in, has a YouTube channel and he's been uploading content. Just to promote him. I mean, anybody that calls in on the show and we're cool with them, we like to shout out everybody in the community and help them out. Anyways, let's watch some black-pilled content.
Thing as being too ugly to date as a man? And if so, at which point exactly? Is there such thing as being too ugly to date as a man? And if so, at which point exactly should you call it a day, throw in the towel, wave your white flag, and choose to give up dating altogether? To avoid wasting your time, I actually
I
have
missed
quite
that.
simple answers to.
All right. Anyways, this is wheat waffles. Should you give up dating if you're too ugly? Red pill versus black pill is what it says at the bottom. So let's go ahead and give this one a play.
Is there such thing as being too ugly to date as a man? And if so, at which point exactly should you call it a day, throw in the towel, wave your white flag, and choose to give up dating altogether? To avoid wasting your time, I actually have quite simple answers to both of these questions. And to make it easier to explain, I'll be using this left-right spectrum, which represents all the opinions I've seen in the YouTube dating space. Here's the breakdown. At this end of the extreme.
What do you think, guys? Do you guys take the black pill seriously? I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a lot of guys out there that struggle to get women. You know, they're not extremely attractive to women, but I have known some extremely hideously unattractive dudes that still find ways to fucking crush it with women. I know it's anecdotal, and, you know, I can't prove it, but all I can say is if I were an extremely unattractive guy, I would be one of the extremely unattractive guys that still gets laid. It still does well with women. That's all I can say. I guess everybody's in control of their own destiny. There's limitations, but you know, I think we can overcome most of it.
You have the hardcore red pillars who are immensely optimistic of a man's chances no matter his starting point. These people will likely say things such as, no man should give up. Any man can go from a 1 to a 10, men just need to climb the ladder by improving on themselves. And if you are unlucky enough to be born ugly, then you'll just need to find another way to attract. At the other end of the extreme, you have the...
Okay. I don't know anybody that's actually said that. I think the things that he said there, he just kind of created that on his own. I would say that red pillars do acknowledge looks, you know, very much. They say, you know, in the red pill community, you'll hear things like when a woman is ovulating, you know, she values a man who's handsome with a good jawline and is tall and is muscular and has a deep voice. But at other times of the month, she might value a guy that's a little more beta, maybe, you know, beta facial structure and beta physique and all that. Like they acknowledge looks. They just go about it in a different way. You know, and they acknowledge like the hot guy at the foam cannon party that she hooks up with on vacation versus the beta provider. You know, the red pill definitely acknowledges looks. It's more about understanding why women are attracted to certain men and, you know, what specific qualities attract them. Whereas the black pill is more focused on strictly like, it's like black or white. It's like either you have the genetics to be attractive or you don't, you know, and that's kind of like they just have two categories. Either you get it or you don't. I don't know.
Hardcore black pillars. They'll say things like, modern dating is completely ruined. It's fully over for sub fives now, and in 10 years' time for normies too. In today's age, if you're not born a Chad, you may as well give up forever. Now, I wouldn't go as far as either of these sides of the extreme, but if I had to choose, I'd position myself slightly closer to this side than the other. This is the point which I believe indicates realism, and like almost all things where there are two sides of either extremes, you'll usually find the most realistic answer falls somewhere in the middle. This is what I'm going to be exploring in this video.
Wheat Waffles is like he's a Chad Light, isn't he? Like he's not an Inkwell. He's not like a sub 4. He's like an average looking dude, isn't he?
And in particular, raising counter arguments to the extremely optimistic side, which I believe is overrepresented at the moment. So without wasting any more time on the intro, let's get into it. Firstly, what does the optimistic side get right? Well, what they preach is definitely encouraging. It pushes men to work and try to maximize their potential. However, I sometimes see that potential gets conflated with delusion, causing many guys to get a completely unrealistic idea of what's possible for them.
I thought the whole reason for the red pill was to get rid of delusion. Like the modern human beings have this delusion of like the modern male has this delusion that it's like, well, if I graduate high school and I go to college and I get my degree, I'll get the job I want, the house I want, the woman I want. And that's like a misleading, delusional way of thinking, right? But that's kind of the dream that millennials were sold, but they didn't get it. You know, so the red pill came along and it's like, no. You know, this dream that you were sold was bullshit. And then the black pill came along and it's like, look, if you're ugly, you're never going to make it.
So they end up becoming extremely out of touch with reality. An example of this would be a 5'6", bald, 3 out of 10 face man thinking just with enough time and effort, he can eventually reach the level of Chris Hemsworth. Now, sure, I'm all
I think he's reaching there. I don't think that guy would ever think he could be Chris Hemsworth, but I think that guy could bench press 315 pounds, squat and deadlift over 315 pounds, be a fucking brick house, an intimidating motherfucker that other men are afraid of, be cocky and confident. And some women will view him as like a roughneck archetype, like the type of dude that's like, wow, this fucking silverback, he'll fucking, he's a badass motherfucker. And women will be attracted to that, maybe not all of them, but you get the idea. Of course, he's not going to be Chris Hemsworth. Chris Hemsworth is Chad, or like he's like the Chad archetype, or the pretty boy, like slightly masculine male model pretty boy archetype.
for hard work. But having unrealistic goals isn't helping anyone, and in fact, it causes a new issue altogether as it sets men's expectations far too high, which can set them up to fail. I see many men out there get sucked in by the promises told to them by various dating gurus. You can transform your dating life in just 6 weeks of hard work. I've had clients that went from no dates at all to having 5 in their first 10 days. Now, the fundamental issue with claims like these is that they're over promises. It causes men to become delusional at first, and then later down the line, disheartened as they realize what they were promised at the start is far from being grounded in reality. So, the inevitable result is that they give up. I've experienced this in the past myself and have an
I do think that's true, but I think the manosphere, not the whole manosphere, like I don't like to group everybody into one category, but strictly the dating coaches that have a cookie cutter program that they sell, like how to be masculine and get bitches course, right? One of those deals where it's like, it's one course and, maybe it's quality, maybe it has some value, maybe it has no value, who knows, but it's one course that they're selling to their whole entire audience. So it's like 2 weeks worth of work. Then they charge like $800 for it. And they spend the next 5 years selling it. And if they sell it to thousands and thousands of people, they can make millions of dollars off of it. Right. So that's what most of them do. That's kind of like the scheme that most pickup artists run. Look, at free market capitalism, do whatever the fuck you want to do. I'm not judging anybody, but I'm just saying, as a viewer out there and as a skeptical, cynical black pillar, which a lot of people are, yeah, of course you would look at the PUA courses and be like, yeah, that's fucking bullshit. And most of the guys that are dumb enough to buy that, like, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I bought a course, like if I was so hard up or so gullible that I was willing to like spend $1,000 on a course that teaches me how to be a man that gets women, I would be down and out. Like I would be that you're on your last fucking straw at that point. Like you don't have much going on. Like you're probably, not living a very good life. And then you pay the money and it doesn't work because obviously you can't fucking watch YouTube videos or watch a fucking course that's going to turn you from a regular dude into a dude that gets girls. Like that takes years of socializing, practice, working out, learning your style, actually developing yourself and your confidence through interactions. You can't just watch a course and let that shit happen. So yeah, a lot of people out there are taking these courses, signing up for these courses, and then they're disappointed in the end and even more depressed. So I agree with that take.
entire video explaining my story. Link will be below, check it out at the end. Anyway, the next issue I have is when we zoom out from the individual and look at everybody. This idea that every man has a chance, I find also to be misleading. And I can actually prove mathematically why this cannot be true. In the Western world, for 18 to 29-year-olds, there are, on average, 105 men for every 100 women. So, if we assume everyone dates across to people the same age as them, by the end, there will always be 5 men for every 100 who get left out. And no,
Here's the thing, though, and this is something that the black pill doesn't acknowledge. Like, I understand where he's going with this, and I don't mean to interrupt right when he's making his point, but typically women date up in terms of financial success, in terms of career success, in terms of social status. Women date up in those categories. Men usually date up in looks. So if a man is a 6 out of 10, his girlfriend's usually like a 7. And you see this happen all across the board. Like anytime you see like a regular looking dude get rich or become a professional athlete or, sign a record contract where he made $1 million or, whatever, become a business executive, you always see the dude that might be like, he's like a 5 out of 10, a 6 out of 10. He usually lands a girl that's like a 7 or 8 out of 10. If he's famous, he'll land a 10 out of 10 supermodel. If he's just business executive type shit, he'll get like a 7 or an 8. But he'll date a woman that's above his looks match. Now, if you end up dating below your looks match, this usually either means you have extremely low self-esteem. There's, maybe you have a failure to launch. Like you're just a dude that can't hold a job, uneducated, something of that nature. And you're just not very good with women. You don't have game. You can't lay the dick down very good, whatever. Like you're just lacking in several areas. Then you'll end up dating down in looks. But typically men date up in looks. Women date up in status and financial success.
Dating up or down any number of years won't help either, because that just puts pressure on those age groups. This explains why now we're seeing a particularly bad situation for young guys in their late teens and early 20s, as many other men in their upper 20s and even early 30s are all trying to chase the same hot young women. Furthermore, bear in mind that this 105 to 100 is a best case scenario, as many dating coaches encourage the optimal dating life for guys to be dating multiple women at one time, which...
Are guys all dating the same hot young women? I think that could be true. But I think most dudes would settle for a, below average chick. Because most dudes are below average. If a dude's like a 3 out of 10, like on the look scale, he's a 3 out of 10, he'll settle for a woman that's a 3 out of 10, right? I don't think he's chasing after a woman that's like a 9 or a 10 out of 10.
Only puts more strain on the availability of women, therefore causing an even higher percentage of men to be forced out of the market. This explains why there is a growing gap between men and women who haven't had intimacy since turning 18. Too many men at the top are monopolizing. Anyway, what this notion of every man has a chance fails to recognize is that dating is and always will be a zero-sum game. Meaning, if I raise myself up, your rank in the hierarchy automatically lowers. If I date 5 women all at once, that's 5 women you can no longer date. Now, a counter-argument people often raise to this point is that only those who try will have a chance, and those who don't, well, tough. In other words, it doesn't matter if there's more men than there are women. It doesn't matter if you're currently in the bottom 5% or if you have to reach the top 20% to be successful. None of the...
I see what he's saying, but the Manosphere has so many contradictions. So basically what he's saying there, in order for that to be true, there would have to be, okay, so like if 5 women stay loyal to one high value man, and that can be true. In some cases, that's true for sure. But how could it also be true that all women are sluts and, all women have high notch counts and they're hooking up with all these dudes? Like, if women find some really fucking high value dude and they're all sharing this one guy, like, wouldn't that make them not sluts? Wouldn't that make them like loyal? Even though this guy treats them like shit and cheats on them, they're still loyal to him. You know, you got to pick one or the other. And I suppose, you know, that's just one manosphere contradiction, but you know, I don't know. I like to view this stuff from like a critical standpoint. And there's just a lot of contradictions.
These things matter because the percentage of men that actually try and actually want to reach that top 20% is so low that now all you have to do is put in enough work ensuring your own safety without worrying about anyone else. So it's basically changing the quote slightly from every man has a chance instead to every man has a chance if he's willing to try and everyone else is sitting around lazy. However, what even this idea fails to recognize is that every man has a ceiling of how high he can climb. And for a lot of guys, even if they dedicate their absolute best efforts, they'll still fall short of the top 20%, assuming they've already reached their potential. A great example of this is that since I started doing face ratings on Fiverr about a year ago, I've now had quite a lot of people who've come back to get a year's worth of progress update rating. And for these that have done this, they usually fall into one of two groups. One, they've had a big jump in improvements. We're talking 2 to 3 points here, because they've either lost some weight or got jacked, which has transformed their appearance. Then two, other guys who have barely moved the needle in terms of getting a higher score. And when I tell these men their score hasn't changed, they often get bitter and leave an angry comment like, "How is this possible? Did you even look at my photos? I've been on self-improvement for the last year. How can it be my score is the exact same?" Well, why has this happened? The answer, of course, is because once you reach a certain level of self-improvement, it then becomes mostly about maintaining rather than climbing that happens in the beginning. And adding even more to this, there's this fantastic video on...
That's true. All right. But I don't want to watch any more of this stuff. You know, the thing about that black pilled stuff is like, it's so vain. It's just so vain. I'm personally not a person that really cares that much about looks. So, you know, I just kind of stay away from it. But although there might be some truth to it, it's kind of just like, what benefit? How does it benefit you to like to say, well, I've reached my genetic limit here, so I guess it's over? I mean, I guess if you're like a bodybuilder, bodybuilders do that. They put on as much muscle as they can until they reach their genetic limit. Then they hop on steroids afterwards, which, you know, if that's what you want to do, go ahead. But I couldn't imagine doing it just to be like attractive. Hold on. What are you guys talking about? This Adam comment? I'll go ahead and read this. Hey, I have a question, LFA. I'm a delivery driver and there's a nurse that I asked her out and she turned me down. Well, a couple months go by and now she wants my attention. Plus she's attractive. Don't let the fact that she's attractive manipulate you, because she rejected you. And now, what do you mean by she wants your attention? You're gonna have to go into more detail. Like, okay, if you, I don't know. Okay, let's say you ask a girl out and she says no. You don't know why she's saying no. She might have a boyfriend that she's loyal to. She might, you know, who knows, whatever. But she said no. And, you know, maybe a month later, she's single and she remembered you and she was like, she wants some dick basically, or she wants, you know, she's attracted to you. So she's reaching back out to try to get with you. In that case, do what you want to do. But it really depends on how she's trying to get your attention. I don't, you'd have to go into details about that. It doesn't really make sense. But yeah, Z's guitar account's probably right about that. Who knows? We would need more details if we wanted to really, you know, figure that part out. All right, guys, we'll be back after these messages. If you want dating advice, you can call the number on the line and we'll bring you on.
Sometimes 1-800-COLLECT can be a lifesaver.
Right now, every completed 1-800-COLLECT call enters you in Buffy's 1-800-COLLECT. Let 'em eat steak sweepstakes. Watch Buffy Mondays, know your Slayer trivia, and win great prizes. Or the chance to get staked on an episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
You could be one lucky step.
The more 1-800-COLLECT calls you make, the more chances to win.
So, how do you like your steak?
On the live line, the excitement is bubbling over right now. Call us now. Why be lonely when you can talk to us? I just love this jacuzzi, don't you? Call me, please. We have some wonderful secrets to share. We're real, we're live, and we're waiting to hear from you. Call 1-900-FIND-MATE.
$9.95 per call.
Come on along, head for the mountains of Bush beer. Head for the mountains, it's cold and it's smooth, and it's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Bush beer.
Yeah, I came upon those old phone sex lines from back in the day, and CSS Element, Z's Guitar Count, and you guys, you'll know what I'm talking about. You know, when it was a Friday night, you're 15 years old, watching the USA Network, the movie of the night. Those phone sex lines pop on there. Hey, you got to think there was a time before people's brains were so warped by porn and stuff. There was a time when those commercials were fucking erotic. It was like, holy fuck. Those were really fucking erotic. That was the best we had. You know, we didn't have porn. Those were the days. Man, but those commercials would pump me up to go out and talk to girls. You know, I would see those super hot girls. Now those hot girls just go on podcasts with Rollo Tomasi and Myron Gaines. Back then, if they wanted to get recognized, they'd have to, you know, strike a deal to do one of those commercials. Yeah, you used to call them. I was talking about it earlier, and it just, they got so so saturated. You could pretty much just make something up and you would get a number. Like if you dialed like 1-900 wet bush, you know, or just something crazy, you could just put in like whatever, like perverted sounding thing, and you would get these numbers. And some of them were pretty raunchy, but you know, whatever. Good times. I know some of you stole your parents' credit cards and went ahead and called them anyways. Or wait, they could probably just be on the phone bill. Your parents are like, what the fuck is this? And it has your voice recorded on there. All right. So the link is up there if anybody wants to call in. I prefer keeping it at dating advice for the first little while, but I guess since it's a slow night, pretty much anybody can call in, I suppose. Yeah, we didn't have dopamine hits at our fingertips. What a time it was back then. What a time. I think we have too much connectivity nowadays. Not a big fan of it. You know, this internet stuff, when people get into like New World Order type stuff, you know, and all these like these conspiracies and things, you got to think like how much, I mean, like the internet is the New World Order. It's like the system. It's like the beast system everybody talks about. You know, it's here. Boyd dropping that game winner. Oof. Yeah, tough game. I thought we were going to win it. You know, I thought Joe Burrow had that magic. It looked like we were on the right path, but CJ Stroud, you know, he got the job done. Bengals will be all right, though. Icer, you're live.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So yeah, I had I wrote the question earlier about if it's better to just walk away when you get rejected, and then the girl kind of says like, "Oh yeah, I want to keep you on as a friend." When I was younger, like I made the mistake of doing that, and there was a similar situation that came up, and she kind of proposed the same idea, but I just said no because like I've learned from my mistakes. Um, I wouldn't say like it really shot down my confidence. It kind of just made me more frustrated than anything. But um, I guess what I wanted to ask you, like, would it be best for me, like in my situation now, to kind of just work on self improvement, just kind of put that on the back burner, and then, you know, I guess just once like I start making more noticeable gains and I get more attention, and put myself back out there. What would you say?
Well, you should always be working on self-improvement, but why would you put women on the back burner while you're improving?
Well, because I guess it comes to because like I have a lot of work to do. Like I got injured earlier this year, so I put on some weight, and I'm what's it called? I'm finishing up school right now, so like I got a couple things like I guess you could say I'm preoccupied, but I don't know. I've kind of grown accustomed to like two steps forward, one back. So I kind of like slow progress and like stepping like back and forth to progress, and then kind of falling back based off of, like certain things. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I just kind of wanted your opinion on that.
Well, I mean, you should always be trying to stay in good shape. You should always be working out. You should always the thing about women and the thing about your social life is that's the fun side. Okay, think of things as like business and pleasure. Hitting the gym, going to work, making money, your career, that's business. Pleasure is going out with women, having sex, going out with your friends, having drinks, partying. So, if you're viewing it from an aspect of like, I want to maximize my results and I don't care about pleasure, I'll put the pleasure off for a while, then you can do that. I mean, that's not a bad idea. Like that's a smart thing to do. But if part of your goal is to get better with women, then I mean, enjoy the pleasure side too. And don't view women as like a high pressure situation.
Right.
Because that's not what it is. Like you work all week, you make your money, you've got your stuff going on, your gym and all that stuff. And then on the weekends, you go out with friends, you go out with women, you have a good time.
Right.
Women are a good time. They're not a high pressure situation. That's all it is. And when guys do shit, like they start to view their failures with women as like a high pressure deal that they need to solve, that they need to work on. They're only furthering their own failure, because the reason why they're probably the biggest reason why they're struggling with women is the fact that rather than being natural and just taking women out and having a good time, they're trying to accomplish something with women. It's not something you accomplish. You go out with somebody, it's like, wow, I'm having a fucking good time with this girl. And then that's that.
Yeah.
You don't view your dating life as something you need to improve on.
Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense, because that's something that I reframed within, I'd say, the last 2 to 3 years or so. Because before I kind of did look at it as a bit more, I guess, not necessarily stressful, but something that I did have to improve, something that I knew I could do better in. And it's like you said, that takes the fun out of it. It's supposed to be fun, enjoyable. And I think that's really lost upon a lot of people. It definitely was lost upon me. So
yeah. I mean, for me, like, I guess that's how it started for me, like in high school. So it would be like, all week, I'm studying in school, taking my tests, going to football practice, working my part-time job. And then it's like, okay, it's the weekend. Fuck yeah, time to get some pussy. Time to drink some beer, smoke some weed.
Mm-hmm.
And like those all, by the way, those three things were all like the same thing to me. So it's like sometimes I would cancel the pussy to smoke some weed, or
yeah, been there.
cancel the pussy to go get drunk with some other friends, or cancel the friends to go get some pussy. Like it didn't matter. They were all the same thing. It was just like a release. You know what I mean? It was unwinding and having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're single as an adult, that's how your dating life should be too. And eventually you meet somebody that means something to you. You trust her, you respect her, she trusts you, she respects you, you have a good bond, and you can get together. But I wouldn't view it as like it's not a job. Don't make your dating life a job.
Yeah, I mean they're people too, I mean they're people. They're just women, like, they have their own struggles. Like everyone has like their own struggles in that sense, and it's like I think that's a problem in today's world. A lot of men like put women on pedestals, or they view them as more than what they are, and I think that's something that I did. I'm speaking from experience because that's something I did for the longest time, which did which is where like my anxiety and I guess my kind of like how I viewed dating.
Mm-hmm.
That's what kind of made me view it, as I said, more negatively than positively than I do now. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, women are pretty simple. They like to have a good time. They like to have fun. And, a lot of guys will put pressure on themselves. Like maybe you're not handsome enough. Maybe you don't have enough money, or maybe you don't have enough whatever. But the truth of the matter is most of the time women just want to have fun. And if somebody else presents an opportunity that's more fun than what you're presenting, a lot of times they'll go with that opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, you can't take it personal.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, I think, okay. Yeah, that covers it for now. I mean, there's not really much else going on besides just what I listed, but yeah, thanks for the additional perspective.
You're welcome. Thanks for calling in, buddy.
All right. Talk to you later.
Peace out. What am I missing here in the chat, Adam? LFA. After she turned me down, 6 months went by and I ignored her. And now she's come up to me, talking to me and asking me questions. Plus, I delivered water at the hospital. The fact that you need to ask. You're putting the pussy on a pedestal, buddy. You're giving the pussy way too much power. It's just some random chick, and there's millions of them. Blast that like button and slam the subscribe button. Delivered water at the hospital, plus love that last bit. Yeah. Crucial detail. Yeah, you can ask her out. I would just give her your number. I would completely stop talking to her at work, but I would give her my number. So if she wants attention bad enough, she'll fucking call me. And when she calls me, I will riz her up. I'll spit some fucking game. Send her a dick pic. Don't do that, by the way. That wasn't advice. That was a joke. But I would give her my number and then I would stop talking to her. And if she never texts me, so be it. Slow ass night. You fixed the dating world, LFA. No one needs you anymore. Damn. Guess I'll stick to content then. You know, that's why I like to shoot the shit with people. My main channel is primarily focused on just sitting out there and bullshitting with you guys, because that'll never get old. But the dating world is like the tech world. You know, it's like being a computer programmer. Every few years, the computer hardware and the computer software completely changes. New technology. So you got to re-educate yourself. And in the dating world, every few years, the social engineering, the indoctrination, and the hoflation rises and lowers, usually rises, doesn't lower for a long time. So people are always going to need that advice. When you visiting Ohio again, LFA? Maybe around Christmas time. But it's cold and snowy up there in Christmas. I don't know. We'll see. What are some hypergamy truths? Well, some hypergamy truths are that if you double your income, you'll see a substantial increase in the women that you have access to. However, your money and status does not make a woman sexually turned on, aroused, doesn't make her emotionally invested. So you still need to get good at the other two. But it will open doors. $30K to $60K. Nice. You can do it, buddy. Not always. Sometimes it's 60 degrees. LOL, hit me up. We can clank some iron. For sure. Yeah, Ohio's not bad. The even in the winter during a blizzard, usually the roads aren't too bad. Here in Oklahoma, we'll get like 7 or 8 inches of snow. Everything will be shut down for like a week. And there'll be like power outages and shit because they're just not prepared for it. In Ohio, the cities just know it's going to snow. You're going to get a foot of snow in December. You're going to get a foot of snow in January. You're going to get a foot of snow in February. So they salt the roads, they plow the roads, they have everything set up and ready. In Oklahoma, they don't. I'll need to jump up to 150K. There you go. What's your favorite state, LFA? Ohio is where I was raised, so I have to give Ohio its credit, but I would say Texas. Texas is a great state. There's just nothing bad about Texas. But you also got to keep in mind, 35 years ago, California was the best state. Everybody wanted to live in California. There was so much going on there. It was just this fucking awesome state. And it went to shit. And with the way the changes and the, different migration going on in Texas, Texas is going to go to shit too. So this is without a doubt the last generation of good Texas. Yeah, think of California. Think of California in like the 80s. Or like the 70s, it was probably awesome. In the 80s, they started, pumping the drugs into it. And it was like drug and gang culture and all that. Crime rates going up, causing a massive increase in, the economy going to shit. And then it just got worse and worse, where you had like Hollywood elites, multimillionaires, and bums. And like the middle class is like what type of a job are you going to get in the middle class? Like a police officer, medical field. There's just not much there. Northern California, there's some jobs there, but the cost of living is still too high. So it's not worth it. Met a woman in LA in her late 30s from Texas who said the reason she moved to Texas was because it's too conservative. Yeah. Different strokes for different folks. Adriana Flowers, call in. We are dead tonight. What is going on here? Have you traveled much? So, what countries did you enjoy most so far? Haven't done that much traveling outside of the country. Been all around the U.S. Been to Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. Been to Canada once. Not really too much traveling though. Outside of the country. Yep. Ever thought of visiting China? China. Not really. I don't really have any reason to go to China. It might be cool. All right, we'll be right back with V-Taper after these messages.
Kelly's new roommate wants more than her boyfriend.
Maybe we should just cool off a little bit.
She wants her identity.
I'm Kelly Taylor.
A brand new 90210 Wednesday.
Make sure you want to subscribe to this channel, because no one else in the VC is going to show you what I'm going to. No one else in the VC is going to show you what I'm going to.
Nerf. New Raider CS35. Nerf's highest dart capacity. 35 dart drum. More rapid fire power. It's Nerf or nothing. The Raider CS35. Each sold separately. Nerf.
Bang.
What's
We're
up,
live with V-Taper.
I am loving that little intro or montage or buffer, I guess you could call it. But thank you. That's very cool. You know, I just kind of thought I'd call in. I was doing a little show prep for tomorrow morning and noticed no one was calling in. So maybe I could warm up for my show by calling in here tonight. So what's going on, Chad?
You don't want to stay up too late. You know,
I'm sorry. Go on.
You know, on days when I have to make a video, like when I'm like, it's okay, it's time to make a video. I've got something I need to talk about. I try to go to bed on time and not drink, because if I stay up late and I drink, I won't sleep and the video will be fucking trash.
Yeah, no, I'm actually an early riser and I'm not drinking tonight. I got my little flavored water. It's my kick recently. But yeah, I like to wake up like 6 a.m. and just like really just sit there and watch the news and drink coffee and hang out with my cat. And then that's actually when I even started doing Monday morning live streams, because it was like Monday's a slow day for me anyway. So I can just hang out in the morning, drink my coffee with you guys. And that seems to be working out. I get a lot of, I've been getting considerably a lot of viewers. So, and I think I topped off at 10 last week. So hope to do it again this week.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's going good. You know, what's funny is this past weekend in my little community, there was a series of live streams and I jumped into about every single one of them. And ironically enough, my haters are no different there than they are here. And even like kind of Base Patriot Frog was going at it with me here. There's another guy on the other side who's like the Base Patriot Frog, or like my version of Base Patriot Frog over there. So it's like there are people, like when I jumped into that chat last night, people like 130 people in the chat, and they're like, some of them were like saying, little does William know that he is tonight's sacrifice. And I'm like, holy shit, like these guys are gonna grill me tonight. And so, you know, I came swinging. And funny thing about it is my subscriber count shot up like by 15. and I got up to 225, and then I woke up the next morning and it dropped to 7. So I'd lost 7 subscribers without doing shit, like just going to bed that night. So it's tough.
Subscribers are not loyal. I mean, some of them are, like the ones you see in the chat here. Like, I pretty much know that, like, you, Marlon White, Riggins, CSS Element, Andrew, like there's certain people that are always going to be here. Beautiful Life, Christina DK,
the crew.
Yeah. But there's a lot of people that come and go, and it's interesting because they'll be really supportive, and I'll view them as like, because I value people that watch my videos, like anybody that comments, and it's like I actually value that, like their contribution. And a month later, I'll be watching somebody else's video, and like the first comment on there will be like, "This is better than LFA's. LFA is a coper and a piece of shit."
Yeah.
And it's like, wow, it's like you were one of my favorite fucking viewers, dude. What happened? Now you're like shitting on me.
That I think you just described like the common YouTube viewer, and like even just like nobody's loyal on YouTube, and I don't know. It's good to take breaks. I've taken breaks from watching this show and getting out there on the weekends a little bit more and putting myself out there, and so I mean it's good to take breaks and not getting into the same routine all the time. But anyways, no, Sunday's good. Sunday works well for me too. So
yeah, for sure. So you run a business selling those?
Yeah.
Have you been really using your YouTube channel to promote that?
Not yet. And here's like kind of the new wave with all of that is like the platform that I sell on is like down significantly. And there's a new platform that people are kind of switching over to called Whatnot. You may have heard of it. I mean, it's just like an eBay-ish kind of site that puts a lot of different review changes by G Unit. Maybe we'll see.
That's long after the demise of 50 Cent. I know 50 Cent is still relevant, like career-wise in his own world, but Changes was like long after the fall of Shady Aftermath G Unit.
Well, and 50 even just had a line of like wine, I think. And so he's kind of one of those guys, like, when his hip hop career isn't working out, he's the entrepreneur who will grasp onto something else. So.
No, yeah, he's a businessman. He's a hard worker. Like I'm not saying 50 Cent has like fell off in terms of like financially. He's probably richer than he's ever been. But that Changes album that came out like 2016. G Unit hadn't been relevant since like 2006.
Yeah, no, like what was G Unit anyway? It was like what, Lloyd Banks and
Tony
Yayo.
Yeah.
I mean,
Tony Yayo has been all over the place. So I've been watching his interviews with like Vlad and Mike Tyson, and he's pretty entertaining.
I actually personally know someone who was in prison with him in Nevada for a little while. So, and kind of funny. I've working in a record store and being around musicians. I have had those sort of run-ins, but welcome I don't know who this is, but welcome to the chat.
The name's Gumby.
Wow, thanks for having me on. This is my first time ever YouTuber. I got a hot date Thursday. She's a lawyer girl, way out of my league, super hot, Latina. Where should I take her? What should I do? This is my dream come true. I'm learning Spanish.
Where do you live?
Missouri.
Where at in Missouri?
St. Louis.
Okay. Yeah, St. Louis is a pretty fun place. Dude, here's the thing. A date is not necessarily about like impressing her with where you're taking her. It's about having fun, enjoying yourself. So if you want to have fun, I can't tell you where to take her. You have to go somewhere that is fun, somewhere that you would enjoy, that you think she would enjoy.
I'll tell you where I'd take her. We'd be getting that authentic Mexican shit. If you want to impress her, give her the home cooking that she's used to. And I'm sure they got like plenty of great taquerias in St. Louis. So they're all over the place. That's what I would do, and a good safe bet on a first date. So
Yeah, okay. And should I overdress and wear a suit coat?
fuck
Or-
that, dude. No.
Hell no. Fuck no. You'll look weird as fuck on a first date with a suit.
I would say, yeah, casual date at a authentic taqueria. Perfect.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mexican girls like cowboys.
Cowboy hat. There you go.
Yeah, maybe a cowboy hat and some jeans and some cowboy boots.
Some boots. There you go. Make sure those jeans though get like how about this? Not like jeans that are like hugging your butt or nothing, but some like maybe kind of like snug jeans, and then get a button up like Western, that like one of them pearl snap Westerns, and then like a Stetson hat. There you go.
Yeah, you should get a penis pump. You should get a penis pump too and pump it up before you go. Make it a little bit bigger.
Or just put a cucumber in your pants.
Yeah, that'll work.
No, I don't know, man. That sounds like you got yourself into a good situation. Is that like a hoodie that you're wearing?
Yeah, it's called a comfy. It's saving me a fortune on heating bills.
Hell yeah,
Wow,
you should
man.
wear that.
There you go.
It would show character.
Well, hey, you're a Midwest cat, along with a lot of us here. So I've been through St. Louis once. Didn't get to appreciate it, but I saw the what do they call it? The Arch.
Yeah, we got the best dancers here. I've been doing ballroom dancing, and I do not enjoy it. Super boring. What's another hobby I could get into where I could possibly get a girlfriend?
Wait,
I don't know, man.
What was the first hobby that you said?
Ballroom dancing.
Ballroom dancing.
Like
That's
salsa
kinda
dancing.
something- Yeah, wouldn't you? Well, if you're going out with a Mexican girl, they love salsa dancing. You should take her salsa dancing.
I don't know. Did you see the suggestion for laser tag, bro?
That's my favorite. I just discovered that 2 weeks ago at college. We did that.
There you go. I actually have gone on a date laser tag with a girl. It was actually pretty wild. So she took me to Bible study right afterwards, so it sort of killed the.
Man, pump up your penis and get her in your back seat. Come on, man. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
No, you should. You should take her salsa dancing. She'd love that.
There you go. Yeah. Salsa dancing, taqueria, and I think you're in, man.
Yeah.
A laser tag. Would that be okay?
Sure.
Second date, maybe. Don't maybe go overboard, do too much on the first date. How did you meet her?
At a single mingle from Facebook.
Have you actually met her, or was it like just a Facebook connection so far?
Oh yeah, it's about 75 people or 50 people, and they have a dance lesson,
okay,
and some games. And she's definitely the hottest one at the whole place, and the smartest actual lawyer. She just got her lawyer license.
Well, that's cool.
I don't want to mess this up.
Don't go into it with that kind of attitude, I would say.
I just got to be her friend, I guess, right? Just be her friend.
Every time I've gone into the attitude, I can't mess this up. I have to do this perfect. I always fuck up. And
so should I just try to be her friend? And if she wants more, then she can pursue?
You know what I do? I usually go into it with the mindset of, I want to pound that ass. And she can sense that I want to pound that ass. And that's kind of the demeanor of the whole night. But we have a good time. For sure.
Well, and also if she's sort of allowing you to take her out, then she's kind of setting you up to pound that ass. So
should I tell her I'd like to pound that ass? Should I tell her?
No.
You gotta
look into the camera right now and think in your mind. Think of her in your mind and say to yourself in your own mind, I want to pound that ass. Okay, 3, 2, 1, now.
I want to pound that ass.
Yeah, that was it. That was it right there.
I thought we were all supposed to say it together.
No, we're not saying it. You're just thinking it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Possibly I should give her some palm readings, read her palms.
No.
Ooh.
Nah, that's cringe.
That'd be, yeah, I don't know. I mean, are you like taller than her? Does like, just curious.
Yeah, much taller. I'm 5'8", and she's only 4'9" or 5.
Oh shit. Well, I mean, you're gonna have that masculine stature automatically,
yeah.
so definitely roll with that. I'll say this because I've slipped and made this mistake. Like when a woman expects you, to maintain frame or that masculine stature. I mean, I've had points on dates with girls where I sort of slip out, and you can kind of tell like maybe you've ruined it or you've made her pussy dry or whatever. So you don't want to do stuff like that. And I can say I've learned from that like the hard way. So
yeah. Speaking of making her pussy dry, I told. She says she's a lawyer. I said, yeah, that's kind of masculine. Like she's the man. And she just paused. And should I tell her to tease her a little bit, like maintain control? Should I say you have a face? Should I tell her you have a face that only I would love, or you have a face only I could like? No,
don't say that. I mean, if you mean it, here, can I tell you something? Like I've met guys like that. It's kind of a, I don't want to get into this like alpha beta stuff, but like. It would be beta to say like, something like I only have eyes for you or something like that, or very simpish. Yeah. You don't want to come off like that on a first date. I mean, at all really, but especially a first date.
Yeah. Try to lower her value, and so I can be a catch for her.
What do you mean by that?
Like tell her, oh, no other guy will want you because you're a lawyer. You're so masculine.
No.
And
well, she is like a lawyer, like that is her profession, or she's not just becoming a lawyer or anything.
Oh yeah, she's just starting out, and that's what I really have interest in.
To be real honest with you, people who start out as a lawyer, it takes them years to get.
How old is she?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing about 30.
How old are you?
40. But I look young though.
No problem.
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, I wouldn't overthink it, and I would just use your sort of like stature, and she's gonna want you. She should want you to put your arm around her and take control.
Yeah, and should I offer ever to bring her to my house? Because I have so much fun activities, like, a trampoline, punching bag filled with bouncy balls, so much activities.
I would, yeah, no, that you could bring stuff like that up and be like, hey, I got this over at my place, and that could be a good segue into something. And then, if she's like, oh, I love, trampolines or whatever, and then you can sometimes use stuff like that, but I wouldn't be like telling her like oh hey, you want to come over and jump on the trampoline later? Like that might be a little silly, but
yeah,
you'd be like, hey, I got this, it's what I love to do at home, like in my free time, I got this trampoline, I'll just like jump on it, I'll call up some buddies and we'll box each other on the trampoline, or just like, I don't know, make up some bullshit like that and get her laughing a little bit and get her curious.
I'm thinking more like the Charlie Murphy Prince episode on Dave Chappelle. When Prince comes back and he's like, pancakes, like he's offering them pancakes. I would come out like, he'd be like, let's play a game of basketball. I would hit her up the same way. Like it would be like, so trampoline. But again, look at her and think in your head, I want to pound that ass.
Yeah, and when
allow the way you look at her to tell her that you want to pound that ass.
Okay. And also on the first date, I'll keep a chessboard in the car, in the van, and balloons in my pocket, just so I can blow a balloon and just play volleyball with her anytime for a fun activity, like just bust it out.
Yeah, sure.
If that's worked for you, go for it.
Rate this girl on a scale of 1 to 10.
Kind of like a probably 6, but for me, it's exactly what I'm looking for. So for me, it's like an 8.
You got a picture of her?
No, I wish I did.
Damn.
You know, just a typical hot Latina.
Yeah.
That's what I'm into.
Hot Latina 6, 4'10", 30-year-old hot Latina 6.
If I could make an observation just kind of by the things that you're saying, I think probably a lot of your success comes with being like charming and making a girl laugh in your own special way. So
yeah, and you have an innocence to you, like a youthful innocence.
Yeah, I would say, and you know, I mean, I wouldn't overthink it. Kind of think about like what works for you or what has worked for you. Like when I was in college and I was having the most success of my life, like I did not think of myself as an alpha male, yet I had a lot of success. I knew what an alpha male was. To me, it was like all the football players and stuff like that. But I knew like I wasn't going to, you know, I couldn't fake being that sort of person. So it's like I had plenty of hot girls in college and I just was good at making them laugh. I was good at finding a common interest. And then, I mean, there were enough girls who were like, I would rather hang out with you than, you know, this other, you know, some other hotshot bro, or I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, because you make her laugh. You're more fun than the big football player.
Well, and it's not even just that. It's like sometimes she's tired of the football player, or sometimes, you know, she wants, I mean, a lot. And the cool thing about college, I guess, that is back then, it's like girls were willing to try just about any guy. You know.
Yeah, for sure.
They're more likely to do that at that age. So
yeah. So what night are you taking her out, Gumby?
Thursday.
Thursday night. What goes on St. Louis on a Thursday night?
Well, there is a lot of salsa dancing, but I'm not the best dancer. Even though I've been doing it many years. I don't have a plan. It's like, well, do I want to spin you left or right? What's the point of it? I don't know.
Who gives a damn? Just spin her whichever way.
Yeah, and the thing with dancing, a lot of times, like a girl doesn't even care if you're a bad dancer. She just wants someone to go and dance with her.
Yeah.
And
girls love dancing.
Should I hug her?
What's your education level on salsa dancing? I'm curious.
Well, I've been doing it many years, but I still suck. Can I give her a hug on the dance floor, like hold her close, like bachata style? Or I want to get in there and get a close.
Sure.
Yeah, I would.
Okay, cool. And what is a better name? Like Johnny or Jack? What would be a better name for me?
You're not even going to use your real name?
Yeah, that is my name. But Johnny is the same as Jack. It's the same name. So what is better for dating?
What
like a man? Well, they used to call me Johnny.
Like William or Bill, same name. Like people call William Bill.
Yeah, I mean,
kind of thing,
yeah, okay. Johnny makes you smile when you say Johnny, because like he's on the end. But Jack is more manly, masculine. I don't want to be Johnny boy.
Well, Johnny sounds like, okay, if you had Jack and Johnny and they're twin brothers, Jack is like the serious one, the smart one, but Johnny is like the smooth ladies man.
Yeah, I can call myself Johnny because that makes me happy when people call me Johnny.
Johnny definitely got all the dick. Jack got the brains. Johnny got the dick.
I don't know, man. Jack sounds like a when I think of a Jack, I think of a gunslinger from the 1960s who would just like roll into Tulsa and, you know.
True. Jack.
Yeah.
I don't know. Johnny just sounds more like porn star-ish.
I wouldn't overthink the name thing. I mean, you know, I don't know. People I go by Willie, like people call me V-Taper. In Omaha, nobody would dare call me. I'm just Bill. So whatever people are more comfortable calling you, that's what I would roll with. I tell girls my name is Bill. I don't say I'm William V-Taper to the new girl I just met. Yeah.
So
I gotta hold on to that thought and stay on the line. I got to grab a beer. So we'll be back right after these messages.
This Wednesday, a tornado will hit Beverly Hills.
Just tell me one thing.
you like the dress?
And her name is Valerie.
She's the girl that's going to be staying in Brenda's room.
Brenda's room? And Brandon and Kelly had a hot summer romance.
I wish you weren't so sexy.
But now Dylan's back in town.
Whatever problem you got with her and me, get over it.
This is the start of their most exciting year ever.
90210, Wednesday at 8 on Fox 5.
I can't count how many big, hard tapes I've had inside of me. Sometimes I'll take several in a row. I can never get enough. Pick up the phone and let me rev your cassette.
So I met this girl. I asked her to dinner and a movie. She asked, what do you have in mind? So I said,
Make it a blockbuster night and a border night too. Go to Taco Bell, buy tacos or burritos and a medium drink. Get a free blockbuster video. Make it a blockbuster night and a border night too.
hurry and get a coupon for a 2-for-1 blockbuster video rental when you buy food and a medium drink at Taco Bell.
Cross the border.
All right, we're back live again, and we've got Carrie Sontag here for you as well.
Hey guys, am I coming in okay?
Coming in loud and clear, buddy.
Okay, yeah, what happened was last week. You do? How about now? That better?
Test.
When is too early to offer a massage? Can I massage her on the first date? Because I'm good at that.
Can you hear me okay? It's
just the shoulders and
yeah.
There's an echo, Carrie.
Jesus.
I'm muting you. Try from a different phone or something, Carrie. Yeah, so it's never too early to massage her. At some point, it could be too late to massage her, though. So you want to get the timing just right. So you're salsa dancing, having some drinks. You know, you invite her back to the trampoline. Now it's time to massage. So, okay, so you, this hot Latina, you're on the trampoline. Do you prepare to have any drinks ready for her?
oh, yeah, I don't have any. What do folks like to drink? I don't drink at all, but they can.
Oh, hey, good. Don't drink. If you don't drink, don't drink.
Yeah, but I want others to have a good time, though. I need to have something ready for.
No, I wouldn't worry about that.
Quick question. Are you on NoFap?
Yes.
Perfect. How long?
Oh, about every 3-4 months.
Okay, cool. So you've got it going on. You've got the glow, the charisma.
Yeah,
energy.
something.
Yeah, that must be where the energy is coming from.
Yeah, well, I had to do that for the my bone to heal so I could walk again.
NoFap healed your bone.
Yeah, that helped the bone heal when nothing else would. It wasn't healing, so.
Nice.
That's what the doctor ordered.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, it was either that or stem cells. This is more like a natural stem cells.
Nice. Hold on. Carrie Sontag, are you there? Okay, forget it. We'll get back to Carrie on a later time. All right. So here's how it's going to go. Thursday night, are you picking her up? Or is she picking you up? Or is she meeting you?
Nothing has been planned. I called her today. And I met her yesterday. I called her today, though. And I told her, we agreed on Thursday. She's got time, but no plans been made. I told her I'm going to be a man, make some plans for Thursday. should I wear a leather jacket, a badass looking leather jacket?
Sure,
Are you trolling?
Or is a suit coat a little better?
Leather.
I think you're trolling, dude.
Leather jacket.
I think this call is a 100% troll call. Am I wrong? All right, I'm sorry, dude. If you're not trolling, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't even know what
Gumby,
I don't know
Gumby, what are your 3 favorite YouTube channels?
Fit X Fearless.
Okay.
Shout
out Fit X Fearless.
Tate Speech back in the day before.
Shout out Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate.
Yeah, there used to be Tate Speech, but
yeah, they still have it on Rumble.
Rumble?
Yeah. So what's the third one?
Oh yeah, definitely Spanish conversations while I sleep. Learn Spanish while you sleep.
Hell yeah. But I am disappointed that Spanish conversations before you sleep ranks higher than me. That sucks. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I was wondering, are you a doctor? Because you're better than the psychologist I've been, my helper. I pay him he costs a lot. But you give better advice and you're deeper in the psyche, able to help more than a doctor. So I was wondering, you got your doctor?
No, I don't have a PhD. And it's strange because I've had referrals and deals that I've worked out in the past where I could actually pass people along to people that do have PhDs, and people would choose mine over theirs. And I was just like, what the fuck? Like I would even make the disclaimer, like, I do not have a PhD. They do. And they'd be like, no, we want you. I don't know.
What are you seeing a therapist for?
Oh, Kevin Samuels was my favorite one to listen to also. Kevin Samuels.
Yeah, no, he's great.
Yeah, Coach Greg. Cool. Yeah, and Coach Greg Adams.
Yeah, I'm not into Coach Greg Adams, but Kevin Samuels is a huge fan. But
yeah, most folks just copy off Kevin Samuels.
What do you see a therapist for?
Oh, I don't see him anymore. It's just, yeah, the old wife. She just wanted me to go there.
Do you know why therapists don't really give you answers? It's because they want you to keep coming back. They want you to keep coming back and thinking that there's a problem that can never get fixed, and then they want to put you on medication, or they want to keep you on something that will keep you paying them. Yeah. And you learn that out. I mean, you will figure that out eventually. I mean, I went in my early 20s. I was going to some therapists, and I just ended up figuring it out. It's just like there are people in my life who were kind of trying to get me to go down that path, and it really puts you in a position of being mentally dependent on, you don't want to be mentally dependent on other people.
What I do anytime, if somebody sets up a call with me, I ask them what they want to accomplish. And there's people that want to accomplish marriage. So it's like, well, here's what you need to do. This is what you need to do if you want to make that happen. And I push them in the direction to do that. And usually they never, they might call, they might set up 3 or 4 calls, then they're done because they accomplish it. But that's my goal. I don't, if I can in one setting solve their problem, I will. That's the goal for me. The quicker, the better.
Yeah, and part of it is because I know I called into LFA a couple of years ago, before he started the live streams, and I think one of the first things I told him was I don't really expect you to be able to solve my problem or my issue. And one of the things I said to him was maybe if I just had a conversation and had a chat with maybe someone who I consider a peer or might get into similar situations, maybe I can kind of figure myself out a little better. So it is kind of good to open up to a therapist. But if you are seeking that sort of help, you can't really expect them to solve your issue. The best anyone can do is to sort of like what we're saying here, like I would take that girl out to a taqueria. So I mean, that's, you know, I'm just kind of giving you my best idea.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't need a therapist. I need some girlfriends.
That's honestly, it's a lot of most of the therapy guys need these days anyway. So LFA looked a little confused after I said that.
No, I hear you. I hear you. I'm just kind of looking at reading the chat and stuff here.
Yeah, I was too. You know, I'm looking for advice, or sometimes the chat has a good, you know, some good, you know, 2 cents to throw in there.
Yeah. Riggs, what's up?
Oh, this guy needs zero advice. You're gonna kill it, bro.
Can I wear my stethoscope so I can look like a doctor on the date? Would that turn her on? Like, oh, it's Halloween, but subconsciously she'll really be turned on because I wear a stethoscope around when I wear a suit coat and a button-up shirt. And just even married women with a big ring on their finger, they look at me and they smile and they laugh and they just like never before. I've never got this much attention on a college campus when I dress like a doctor. Should I dress like a doctor on the date Thursday?
Airtight game.
Just for
Tell
fun?
them motherfuckers a dream, son. I get you. Run that shit. I got nothing but respect for that. Run it.
So is your whole purpose of dressing up like a doctor to get her to think that you are a doctor?
No, just get it in the. I tell her I'm not, but it gets in the mind, like, you know, how a woman wears makeup. I mean, you know, it's not real, but it's a big turn on. Just like
that, I
dressing
wouldn't.
up.
Yeah, that's funny how you would think of that in the same realm, but no, I mean, I don't know. There really isn't much you can do other than like push-ups that would, you know, help your physical appearance, but no, I was going to just say, yeah, Jeff Thorner just said, this dude is a troll. I don't know, man. Your calls are starting to remind me of Jesse a little bit.
Nah, this guy's calling in looking for advice.
What does troll mean? What's the purpose of a troll?
A guy who calls in wearing a Snuggie and
LFA is my hero. I just never thought I'd talk to a real superstar.
LFA's your hero, but he's not your favorite YouTuber.
Well, he actually is the most helpful, but I know you already know he's my favorite if I'm on here. So he is the number one.
He just embodied 90% of the callers, unless LFA says to
I just can't believe he's not got the PhD. I thought he was a doctor for sure, better than that.
He's like Dr. Todd Grande on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Dre. All righty.
So yeah, I'm 40. Should I get on TRT or no?
Yes. 500 milligrams a week.
Hold on. That's medical advice. We can't tell you yes or no.
Yeah.
You can go see a doctor, and the doctor will let you know if you should or not. Where do you think your test levels are at right now?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm just trying to get over a torn bicep. It's got a little tear and it's been sore for years. They did the hard deep tissue massage and got the big knot out. There was a knot the size of a thumb, and they pushed it out and smoothed out all the scar tissue because it was layers upon layers of scar tissue on the bicep.
Yeah,
and not letting it. It was just bunched up in a big knot, but it was very painful. They smoothed it out. They work on bodybuilders, and I did my arm, and it's smooth now. A little sore, a little bruised, but I don't know if extra T levels would help. I definitely don't do it, and no alcohol, because I don't want to lower my T level.
See a doctor for all that. Don't let any internet people tell you what you should or shouldn't do. I mean, that's real shit right there. Now, look at your doctor can answer that for you. Nobody else.
Right.
Yeah. Well, nice. Nice.
So are you going to call in next week, next Sunday, and let us know how it went?
Sure. Okay, but how do I know when is this going to be live? I've
Same
always
time next
dreamed
Sunday.
it.
So you're taking her out this Thursday, right?
Yep, this Thursday. This is the highest value woman I've ever been friends with.
Nice. So we will be live on Thursday. If you want, during your date, if you want to call in just for a second.
Yeah, she'll be talking to you too.
Yeah, hell yeah. You can most definitely be like, hey, I want to call into this podcast and introduce you to the podcast, and you can call in and make a deal out of it. The chat would love it. Everybody would love it.
Yeah, I've always dreamed of being a famous YouTuber superstar like Mr. Beast.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I've never
I do
seen.
not condone to doing that, but that's just me.
I don't know who he is or what he's ever done, but that seems like an easy job. Just like Ryan's toy review or something. 20 million
This guy's
subscribers.
fucking based. I love
Yeah.
this guy. So fucking good.
So what time will this?
We go live at 6 p.m. Central. You're in the same time zone as me, so we'll be live from like 6 to 10 probably.
Oh, 6 to 10 live. Okay, cool. That'll be exactly when my date is. We'll start it off with some podcast. What should we talk about?
I mean, you won't want to make it like a long deal because you want to enjoy your date with her, but you can call in. No problem. We will definitely let that happen. We will take your call.
Okay, cool.
But if you can't, if you're too busy, salsa dancing, trampoline, cowboy hat, all of it. You might be a little too busy and you don't have to call in.
Is a black cowboy hat okay? The Texas style, made in Texas?
Yeah. Perfect. But if you get too busy and you can't call in, then we'll be live again next Sunday from 6 to 10 p.m.
Hey, can I ask real quick? So you are going to go through with the jeans, the button-up Western, cowboy hat, and boots?
That's better than a Tom Cruise style T-shirt, tennis shoes, and suit coat, or dress shoes and suit coat.
Yeah, with a cute Mexican girl in St. Louis, I would say cowboy hat would be better.
Hell yeah, man! Can you get a photo for us? And take a full body, mirror shot, or like get someone to take a picture of you all dressed. Maybe you could get a photo with you and her from the date.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it.
Oh yeah, get a photo. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that.
What you might want to do though, here's a suggestion. Find a place where you can salsa dance that also has like a taqueria in it or near it. Or maybe you could combine the two. That might be a good atmosphere, good vibe.
Is it okay to wear? Oh, could I wear a cowboy hat in the salsa dancing, or might someone take my hat?
If they would do that, I would. No one's taking. If someone takes my hat, I'd punch them.
Yeah, but no violence. We don't want you to be,
don't punch them.
Yeah, we don't want you to be going to jail. Bud.
Actually, you know what? That could look very cool and masculine though. If like some dude tried to fuck with you and you punched him in the nose right in front of her, you could be her hero.
Yeah, we don't need to go there though.
I'm just saying it would be really pretty.
Mexican girls though, if you wear something like what this dude here is wearing, this Mexican dude, see he has like a nice little blazer jacket on, but the cowboy hat, the jeans, the cowboy belt, and the like halfway dress up shirt. Something like that. Mexican girls love that shit.
Yeah, black is the best color, I guess. Black cowboy hat. So I'm kind of a bad guy.
You got to get the boots that make a fucking like curl in the front, so you could be a real paiso with it.
Yeah, I can wear that with my suit coat.
Maybe if the boots have a skull on the end of the curl on the tip.
Yeah.
Then you'd be on to something.
Yeah, black dress shoes won't cut it, I guess, with the cowboy hat.
No, cowboy boots all the way. Pointed toes, tipped up.
Huh. Like metal tips or something.
Yeah. I mean, if you don't have them around, don't worry about it. You don't have to like go out and buy a new pair of boots for this one date, but you know, the cowboy boots would certainly help.
Yeah. Okay. So this Thursday at 6:00, you go live.
Yeah. But,
and then,
you know, make sure though, if you're having a good night, I don't want you to call in if things are going well, and calling in would be a bother.
Oh, okay. And once we call in, what would we even talk about?
Sometimes we try to figure that out ourselves.
Yeah, we have a good time though. We enjoy ourselves here.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll definitely call in Thursday. I'll put it on my Google Calendar.
Well, good luck, man. That's very exciting. I mean, we never talked to you before, but I think we've gotten to know you here. Now I'm curious.
Yeah.
Now I want to know about this date.
Yeah, I hope it works out. I guess I'll take her for some Mexican food, and maybe some dancing.
Yeah.
Some salsa. Bachata.
I'd like to do first date. Like, let's just go get some burritos. Like, straight up.
Yeah, I love burritos. It's my favorite.
Yeah, I don't know. I try not to put too much thought into a first date, and if I'm like really starting to like her, then I'll probably do something special for her. But at first, what works for me anyway is I like the kind of casual getting to know you vibe, and
Hopefully.
What's up?
I was like, my bad. I was looking at the chat. My bad. Go ahead,
okay.
Bro.
What'd the chat say?
And Doug G said, "Take her to Chipotle."
Take her to Chipotle, bro. Oh God, yeah. Don't take her to Chipotle. You'll never get a second date with a Mexican chick. Like I'm telling you, taqueria, you will win her over though.
Chipotle or taqueria. And how do I ask her to come back to my house just so she can see how cool it is? I got balloons hanging from the ceiling on the strings.
You gotta just be having fun with her first before you can ask her over.
Before you show her your balloons, fam.
Yeah. You gotta you almost have to while you're on the date, you have to draw interest in her coming over. You can't even make it seem, you have to make it seem fun and enjoyable and not hey, you want to come over and fuck? And some girls are like that, but it kind of sounds like the girl that you're with. She's a lawyer, very professional. I probably wouldn't say something like that to a girl.
You gotta press. You gotta press her.
Yeah.
She might like balloons too. That's an easy press. That's a layup.
But I would definitely if this is a girl you want to get physical with, I definitely would let her know and kind of take that route and see how she responds as the date progresses. But yeah, no, I mean those are the steps you got to make if you want to get her over. So
yeah, cool.
What does this guy do for a living?
I do pretty good for myself.
Nice.
Yeah.
What is it
you had this oh shit, I you had this oh shit look on your face.
Yeah, I don't want to say over the internet. It's not something I can talk about.
Is it a government job?
No,
it's a
not
banking
that
job.
It's a what?
No, it's not that.
Okay.
But I was thinking about that. Maybe I could get a high authority job, and then because I heard they get a lot of dates and a lot of chicks, but I don't know.
You probably should. You get more hoes like that. Get some hoes.
Yeah, I just got to be myself. I'm not a big, strong guy like I pretend to be. I got to be the funny guy that cares, which is who I really am.
I don't think of it like that, because if you are I mean, what you said, she's 4 foot something.
Yeah,
she's really short, and if you're a foot taller than her, that's like me going out with a 5'3" girl. So it's she's going to, I mean, I wouldn't think of it as like I'm the short person, but like more like, you know, you're a foot taller. You got to sort of like own that in a way.
If you can
Is it
overhead
good to like
press
reach
him,
out and
don't
hold her
fuck
hand
him.
sometimes? Like, you know, while you're walking, maybe give her a little spin or save that for the dance floor.
You know, I would say give her a little spin before the dance floor as you're like walking up to the place and be like, all right, this is for warm up. Give her a little spin. There you
go. Yeah. I just want to do some bachata up close. Just hold her in tight and just some bachata. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah.
That'd be nice. Is this the first Mexican girl you've ever gone out with?
Yes. I just discovered Mexican. That is the greatest. I used to be into Asian so much, but
do you like white chicks?
Do
you like white girls?
Well, they're a little boring, but yeah, sometimes I mean they're super pretty. But it can be a little boring. It's just something about the way they can speak another language. It's just wow, a lot of respect, you know.
You want him to speak both? I'd rather him not speak
Something
at
I
all.
can't do.
Yeah. Okay. I would like for Carrie to call in and give you his take on the situation. This would actually, you would have very good screen chemistry with Carrie Sontag, but Carrie's phone is acting up.
His Obama phone ain't hitting.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So I have a list of questions here to ask her while I'm on the date.
Okay, let's go through them. Yeah, let's prep you up.
First, I'll ask, who are your favorite comics?
Okay.
You know, like I'd introduce her to, of course, Ryan Long, and
Is that a porn star or a comic guy?
Whitney Cummings.
Okay.
And then listen to Joe Rogan podcast together with her. Hopefully she can do the same activities as me. We can enjoy the same thing, because my last one hated everything that I like. And then I'll ask her, what are your favorite Halloween costumes? You know, for her and for me. Maybe what we could do together in the Halloween costumes.
Wow.
Hell yeah. These are actually, you know, that's actually a smooth transition there. I would ask her what her favorite comics are, and then, you know, just be like, okay, interesting, and be like, ooh, let's change up the pace. What's your favorite Halloween? Or I would say, like, what's the craziest Halloween costume you've ever worn, or something like that. You know, you actually are getting good conversations going on here. That sounds like a good transition right there. What's the third question going to be?
Who are your favorite singers?
No, because that takes a dip down. So you went from comedian, which doesn't really get too intimate. Then, like, what's your favorite Halloween costume? That actually almost becomes intimate, because she's actually like expressing things she's done in her life to you. You know, she's like talking about herself and her favorite Halloween, and, you know, you're bringing back memories in her life. So it's like intimate. Then if you switch over to what's your favorite singer, then it's like you went backwards. You know what I mean? You went back to comedian, like you want to escalate further.
Yes. Okay. I'll ask her, what Halloween costumes have you worn?
Yeah. No, what was your favorite? What's your favorite Halloween costume? And she'll know what you meant. It'll be like what the favorite one she's ever worn.
Oh, I'm writing this down. Thank you.
Yeah. Let's see some more questions.
Oh, some more questions I have for her?
Yeah.
That was it. I guess normal questions like, do you have brother or sister? What's your goals? What's your dream? Stuff like that.
I would just go with the flow from then on. You know, wherever the conversation is taking you, it'll be good.
Yeah, okay. Don't try to force her to talk about my subjects, my favorite subjects.
If she takes interest in them, sure, because there are things you're passionate about and you can create a good conversation with, but only if she's like if she's not into it, don't push hard on talking about something that she's not willing to engage on.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Talk about her stuff. Just ask her a bunch of questions.
Well, you want the conversation to have a good flow to it. So it's not necessarily about asking her questions. It's about, you know, maybe you ask a question, she responds to the question, and then you respond back to her response, and you listen to her response. You know, it's how conversations had. You listen, you talk, you ask, you're curious, you listen, you want the answers. You know, you want to have a good conversation.
Yeah, and should I ask her about back in her home country? What was that like and stuff?
Yeah, perfect. Hang on, the one, you're live.
Yo, can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yo, caller, I had a few questions for you, man. So, what are you gonna do when you wear that doctor outfit to the date?
Is roller skating good? Should take her roller skating, dance on the roller skating floor.
Roller skating seems like a date I would take. Like I'd have my mom drop me off when I'm in 6th grade.
Right. And what about Six Flags? Like a Six Flags type thing?
Too
Is that good
expensive for a first date?
Well, you live in St. Louis. How much is it to get into Six Flags?
Well, next summer I was planning on getting a season pass so I can go there alone all by myself every day. I'm a single guy.
Well, I would say like if you're still seeing her within that amount of time, then something like Six Flags is perfect. But like,
what if I were to?
That seems like if that's a casual date idea. I mean, that's something unusual where I live. But I mean, if in St. Louis, that's like shit. Let's go to Six Flags. You know, I mean, if that's a thing, then.
Yeah, and is that something I could do next summer all by myself if I'm not with her or whatever? Is that a weird thing to go by myself, or is that okay?
I don't know.
Walking around alone, just riding rides. I mean, I'm not.
You would want to go with some friends, with some family members.
It'd be like going to the zoo alone. There are some things that like in later life I have just like when I was out in Seattle, I used to go to baseball games alone. I mean, not all the time, but like I knew so many people at the games, like I would go so often that I would just run into people. So like there are certain things like, you know, that I would do because, you know, I went to so many baseball games though that I wasn't holding my breath for friends to catch up with me. So, you know, I don't know. Carrie said you sound like a virgin.
Yep, almost.
How many women have you been with?
You know,
only one consistently. 3 total.
Okay.
You know, 2 one-night stands.
No, we've all had a few of those.
Yeah. We've all done that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the place to go is something like Philippines. They'll be all over you because nobody looks like you, and they just will be running to you.
Don't get into that shit, man. I don't know. There's a few people in the chat who are like those passport bros. I don't know, man. I don't think that's necessarily like a smart idea or practical, or I don't know if it makes like I know like Wandering Doc's one of those guys. Like if that's what makes you happy, then I don't know. Then do what makes you happy. But I mean, it sounds like you're doing okay in St. Louis. I mean, I wouldn't let certain things like number of women you slept with like defeat you or anything. You know, just continue to work with what works for you.
Yeah, I'm just so scared. It's like I mess it up on purpose because it's going too well, and I don't know what to fear. What am I scared of?
Yeah, no reason to be scared. Just enjoy yourself. Have good intentions. Don't be a creep. Don't be an asshole. Just go out, have a good time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have good intentions, but everyone calls me creepy, and they think I'm a creep, and they all gang up on me. Like everyone, they're like, "Oh, this guy's a creep," and then they all.
Honestly, I think a lot of guys will just get that vibe automatically. Like, I mean, I'll get that look from people sometimes, but I keep it moving. If I'm not, some like staying around people that think you're creepy is gonna just make you creepier.
Yeah.
So,
don't let them get to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, because there's plenty enough people in this world who don't think I'm creepy, and I hang out with those people, and it's a guy thing. It's like girls are constantly trying to weed out every single guy, and if they can point the finger and say, "Hey, that guy's creepy," that's just an easy way for them to weed him out. But anyways,
I have a good question. What would be good classes to take at a community college to find someone?
I wouldn't go to community college to find a girlfriend. You're going to take on a lot of debt for
like a yoga class is $100 and it's like 8 weeks or 3 months long.
You don't want to do a yoga class.
Yeah, community college, 2/3 is paid for by tax dollars. It's pretty cheap. $100 for 3 months of yoga classes, meeting twice a week.
I've went to a community college before, and it was like one class, one semester was like 800 or 900, and that was like more than 10 years ago. So it's probably higher now.
Yeah, it's 1 credit hour. It's like $100, 120. It's super cheap. It's probably like it equals about $5 a class.
I mean, if that's how much it is, go for it. But I don't know.
Yeah, at the community colleges, all the activity clubs, it's all,
just like the gym stuff.
Yeah, you think that's the best, or like art class? I'm doing singing.
Getting a gym membership at a community college, if it's like $40 a semester or some shit like that, or maybe at yours it's 100. Yeah, perfect. I mean, that's a cheap gym membership, and there's a lot of girls there for sure. 100%. Yes, do it.
And should I hang out with the volleyball team? The women's volleyball team, and watch them in the bleachers? I mean, I'm the only guy there. Is that weird or no?
That wouldn't be creepy.
That would be creepy. Yeah. Yeah. That would be certainly creepy. Yeah. Everybody would definitely place you in the creepy category if you did that. I wouldn't do it.
Maybe wear my doctor outfit.
Definitely trolling, but good stuff. Good stuff.
But blow up a balloon and play volleyball by myself in the bleachers.
No, don't do that.
You should. You know what? I think on this date, when you take her out, why don't you show her your pocket pussy?
No, we're not going there because we don't know if this is a troll or if this is
okay.
We're going down in some type of spectrum here that we don't even know about.
Okay. But, yeah, you're right. You're
right. Take out something on my pocket and show it to her is good.
No, don't do it. No, nothing from your pocket. You show up with nothing in your pockets.
Is it a good idea to pull money out of the wallet, like, show off or something?
No. Bad idea. Not necessary. That looked really weird.
Yeah, that's too try hard. What's this girl's name you're taking out on Thursday?
Oh, Sarah. The same name as my cousin. Yeah, the same name as my cousin.
I have met a Mexican girl named Sarah, actually. It's rare, but some of them are named Sarah. What color is her hair?
Dark, yeah, like black hair. My favorite.
Cool. Short little chaparrita.
Yeah, we'll definitely call in Thursday, 6 o'clock, because every girl wants to be famous.
She's not gonna be famous by calling in here. But I would pitch that to her though.
I'll tell her I'm a famous YouTuber now.
Fuck yeah, you are.
Yeah, I got some status now.
You the man.
Yeah. What are some more questions? Because girls love questions. They love to talk about themselves. What do I ask her?
Well, ask her. Girls love talking about themselves, so ask her about her.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to talk about myself, and then there won't be any more mystery once she knows anything about me.
True.
Just got to keep her talking about herself, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, I wish you luck, man. I don't know. Sounds like you got your work cut out for you. Sounds like you kind of have a good enough head on your shoulders. Just show up looking sharp, looking nice, ready to dance. Show up hungry.
Yeah, I've always wanted a cowboy hat too. Is a big one good?
Food.
Yeah.
Order some food that would really. You know what? Actually, you know who we got in the chat here tonight? We got Riggs. Riggs, why don't you tell him? It sounds like he might need some help here. Why don't you tell him what he should order at the taqueria? Riggs, you there?
Yeah, protein. I need a lot of protein. One of my jokes.
Riggs isn't here. I don't know. I don't give the best advice for. I'm a burrito kind of guy. Get me a fucking burrito and something I don't have to get fork and knife out and kitchen utensils, and I'm good to go. But I mean,
True.
I eat on the go.
Yeah,
quick.
Facts.
So yeah, man, I don't know. I wouldn't worry too much about it. Do your thing, and then when Thursday rolls around,
And
I think we've given you some good advice here.
Yeah, what I really want to do with her is swimming in hot tub. Is that more like a third date? Swimming in hot tub?
That's too soon. I mean, unless she totally brings it up, and or somehow it just happens. I mean, you just never know. But you almost don't really want to do that for the first date because I don't know. I'll tell you, when I've had first dates that are kind of like that, I usually don't like the girl afterwards. So,
Yeah.
And what about going to the gym together? Is that a good first date?
Too soon. I don't know. That's too early. I wouldn't worry about that. That could be a good, more like, you're starting to go steady and, hey, you want to come to the gym with me? That would be more appropriate, I would say.
And what about asking her to mow my lawn or load some firewood? Like, hey, want to move the firewood around for me?
Yeah, no, I totally actually, a few times even, I've had a girl, hey, my arms are full right now. Can you grab these logs? Because I want to put a fire on. Second date.
Yeah, and they probably.
What was the first one you said? Mow your lawn.
Yeah, just do some work for me.
Yeah, and you would pay her too, right? Say, hey, on the first day, hey, you want to make some money? While we're doing this date, and put her to work. Hey, you know what? Actually, you wanted to invite her over. Why don't you do this? Get her to mow your lawn, and she's going to be all hot and sweaty, and she's going to need a drink after she's done mowing the lawn. And you're going to need to come inside and have a drink, relax. And so that would be a great segue to invite her in.
Yeah, and the television.
St. Louis loving.
And if she does come over, is it good to watch TV? Put a movie on that she likes, or what? should I
Watch
say?
Family Feud with Steve Harvey.
Oh yeah,
That'll
because
get her going, dude.
it's like a game show,
Yeah.
and she can
Family
guess the
Feud
right
with Steve
answer.
Harvey. I think that'll get her laughing too, man. Because then you don't have to worry about being funny. You can turn your brain off and then let Steve Harvey tell the jokes.
Yeah. And should we sit on the same couch, like farther apart, or different couches, or?
Ooh, I don't know. LFA, what's your call on this one?
With a blanket over us?
Do what? Give me all the details here.
Yeah, maybe
He wants to
put a
know
blanket.
if he should sit close to her on the couch or sit far away from her on the couch.
Close.
Or a different couch. Or give her a blanket. Maybe we could share a blanket was my dream.
I'll tell you what. There was a time or two, when my parents used to squeeze the beds next to each other, and they would say, "We're sleeping together tonight." So hey, man, whatever works for you.
Yeah. For sure.
Okay. It's exciting. Thanks for all this.
You're welcome.
And definitely don't offer to bring her to church or in Spanish language or something like that, right?
Right.
Yeah, it's just so boring. Trying to get a date there, but never got one date there hardly.
So hold on. We're thinking of things that you can do here, and one was watch girls play volleyball from under the bleachers, which we decided that wasn't a very good one. I'm trying to think of some other stuff. Ask her to mow your lawn. That was pretty good. Take her salsa dancing. Okay, we'll just get an opinion from the crowd here. We need to get some good things to vote on here. But take her salsa dancing, watch her play volleyball under the bleachers, ask her to mow your lawn. What else? Give us one more, like one more idea that you have.
Walking around the zoo.
Okay. Okay, yeah, that's good. All right.
Of course, there's playing hacky sack with a balloon. Just pull a balloon out of my pocket and we play hacky sack.
That's good. Yeah.
Then she can work her, she can do her kwando kicks, practice her, taekwondo kicks.
Okay, we're going to start a poll and let the crowd decide which one would be the best one. Best artist, pickup artist tactic, because we want you to utilize your skill set. So watch girls play volleyball under the bleachers, take her salsa dancing, play hacky sack, or ask her to mow your lawn. I like that one the best. I like that. Ask her to mow your lawn the best. I'm not even gonna lie. It won't let me vote because I'm the host. I would definitely pick to mow your lawn for sure. The hacky sack doesn't look like it's very popular so far.
And what about dyeing my hair white so I look older?
You're 40 and she's 30.
Yeah. Wouldn't that.
Wouldn't be a bad move. She probably likes him about 15 years older. But it looks like you. Let me see what kind of hair you have going on up there.
Short now.
Yeah, just leave it. Just leave it.
Yeah, once it gets longer, would it be good to dye it white so I look super old?
Nah, you're doing pretty good. You're the perfect. You do want to look a bit older because they do like them a little bit older. You're 10 years older. You don't have to put on any extra. You've got it going on.
And what about shave the hair on top so I just have a ring around the back, just for a joke?
Nah. Try hard. You're right where you want to be.
And what about wearing like Halloween vampire teeth just for, You know, because that's one of the most attractive Halloween costumes.
True. Women do love vampires. No doubt. No doubt.
And is it good to wear bling, like a diamond watch with, you know, gold and silver on it with the, you know, with the necklace, shiny silver necklace or something? Is jewelry good or?
No, because she's Mexican and you're going to wear tight jeans and a cowboy hat and a button-up shirt and cowboy boots. You don't need to wear an expensive watch. You know, you don't need no bling bling, none of that. You're good to go with the cowboy boots and the cowboy hat.
Ideally, you have.
And what color cowboy boots are the best? It's gonna be a black cowboy hat. I like black.
Yeah,
you know,
just make sure the hat and the boots match.
Oh, match
Or
the hat.
The belt and the boots have to match. You know, the hat can contrast. It just depends. As long as it looks good, it looks good. Don't worry about the colors.
Yeah, I've wanted to wear a cowboy hat for a long time. I can wear that everywhere, I guess, even dancing class. And where can I wear that grocery shopping?
Yeah.
You could, wear it when you're hitting some.
I can wear a cowboy hat everywhere as long as I got the boots, I guess.
True.
Now, is that an attractive thing? The women will start coming to me like they were at the single mingle yesterday.
Yeah.
While I'm at the I mean, that's an attractive
I do think so. I think so. Hang tight, guys. We will be right back after these messages.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. That was some first date.
Yes, it was.
We should do it again sometime.
We should. Yeah, absolutely.
Just not with each other.
Oh yeah, definitely not me and you. Nobody wants that.
That's refreshing honesty, just like the bold taste of Ocean Spray's Ruby Red.
Sorry I dozed off during dinner.
Ocean Spray, it's refreshingly honest.
Remember the good old days when you used to call me and we could talk about anything? I mean anything. Well, I know you thought those days were gone, but they're not. I'm still here, and I'm still waiting. Call me. The good old days are back.
Gotta have beef, gotta have spice. Need a little excitement? Snap into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'm back. I had to get another brew. Good conversation. I've got a bench press heavy tomorrow, so I don't want to drink too many. I'm on 4 already. A little high. 4's a lot for me. I had some people over last night and I ended up drinking.
It happens like that.
Yeah.
Can you bench 225 pounds?
Probably about 20 times. Yeah.
Yeah, if you can do that one time, that means you're a superhero.
True.
Jacked. NFL combine material.
Riggs, what do you bench?
I don't bench. I don't even lift. I just hit the treadmill trying to lose weight.
Oh, gotcha. It's good.
About 350 right now.
Yeah, I used to bench 135.
So, boy,
Cool.
I got work to do. I got to put my nose down to the ground, get some. But morbidly obese gang at the moment, keeping it pushing.
You're trolling us, dude.
What does troll mean? What does that mean? I'm called a troll.
When the LFA definition of a troll is one of two things. First off, you hang out in the chat. We don't know your name. You don't show your face, and you just talk shit about everybody. So that's one type of troll. Another type of troll is the type of guy who calls in wearing a cow or leopard snuggie and
Like a troll is someone that like pisses people off, right?
Yeah, that too. Yeah.
Yep. Yes, I'm a troll. Yeah. Have you seen those First Amendment auditors?
The First Amendment auditors.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Oh, like freedom of speech auditors. That's funny. That sounds like a good troll.
Yeah, that's a good job for a troll.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's why a lawyer will be perfect for me. I can just help her with her cases.
To Apri is the best First Amendment auditor. That is a funny group. Funny sounding deal. All right, let's see what the poll went and what the chat had to say. So, looks pretty unanimous. So we asked the chat, watch girls play volleyball from under the bleachers, take her salsa dancing, play hacky sack with her, or ask her to mow your lawn. And the majority of them selected ask her to mow your lawn.
Yeah, that's just to see if she really likes me, if she's got interest in me. If she'll mow the lawn, she'll do anything. She's on my side, on my team.
Genuine desire.
Yeah, that's definitely. Hold on, LFA. We could do a reaction video. Reaction to what? You don't want to display high value too much too early. And if you're basically just like, whoa, what's that sound? Let's find out who this is. Let's find out.
Did it sound like a growl?
I'm on mute.
Hang on. Gumby, we've got some weird noise coming from your end, buddy. It's not V-Taper. It's not Riggs.
I think it's Pokey, his partner in crime. Pokey's in the background, moseying around, grazing.
Yeah. The Gerbert Johnson Manosphere, is that Gerbert's Void? Gumby.
Oh, here.
Test.
Oh, here I am. Hello.
No, it's still making the noise.
Oh. Let me turn off my space heater. Perhaps it's a space heater.
I don't think it's the space heater. Because it happens when I talk, I can hear an echo. It's like a muffled echo.
Oh, I know why.
Are you recording this conversation?
No, but it is kind of a loud speaker, so maybe you're hearing yourself through my
Can you maybe disconnect this? Or are you using your phone or a computer?
It's a phone.
Can you do you have like an external speaker attached to it?
No, but it is a loud speaker. And I'm trying to turn the speaker down, so.
It got bass. That bass slapping.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't want to, we want to have a pleasant listen for the audience.
Okay, well, try it now. I'm covering my speaker.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah, I silenced it. Oh,
we can still hear it.
I guess it's just not meant to be. But I'm all out of questions. I got nothing. So I'll just come back Thursday, 6 p.m. with my hot date.
Hell yeah. We will be waiting for you, bud.
All right. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bye-bye. You're my hero. Thanks.
All right,
Good luck,
you're my
man.
hero, Gumby. Good luck to you, buddy.
Oh, I love this guy.
Fan
So
favorite.
good.
Hey, you know what's so funny?
Good.
I just was texting a girl, and I guess we're hanging out on Thursday night, same night as that last guy.
Get some.
And well, I have a few questions. Actually, maybe I could ask the chat. Maybe I'd ask LFA. We'll this will be like a little dating advice call. So it's funny because she wants me to dress up nice, and I'm like, this is just a little weird first date, dressing up nice. I'm like, because you just heard me saying like, I'm pretty casual, on my first dates, but she wants me to dress up nice. So I was gonna wear a button-up shirt, and I like to carry a pen on me. You just
Pen.
never know when you need a pen.
Fountain pen, I hope.
Do you? Yeah. No, that's the thing. It's a fountain pen. Do you guys
Yeah.
think that I should wear a
Hey.
pocket protector on the first date?
Well, I mean, for you, do whatever you want, whatever whatever the hell you want to wear it.
Well, I was thinking like, if I wear a nice shirt and I have my, my fountain pen, like I always like to carry on me, it's a security thing. I figured it might be a great idea to go out and buy a pocket protector.
Are you serious?
The troll is falling apart right now, but I see where you're going with it. But
I couldn't maintain frame there, guys. Yeah, I don't know. But I will agree with a chat that just popped up here from Beautiful Life, who just said, we need to get interesting, guys. It's getting kind of boring here.
Is that what she said?
She said, people are boring. Talk about something more interesting, like dirt.
What kind of dirt?
Pocket protectors are pretty entertaining. Is that what you're talking about right there?
Oh, that's exactly what I was talking about. So you think, well, zoom in on this guy right here.
Oh, hold on.
Okay, because I was going to say this might be a good. I was going to say that looked pretty alpha. Yeah, if we could bring that back up, that would be like. See, the Raging Tomato. What did she have to say here? Pocket protectors are sexy. There we go. All right, look at this guy right here. Pocket protector. He just looks like this shirt ain't getting messed up today.
God, it's a strange fucking world we live in anymore.
Yeah.
I just can't with half of the shit. It's fucking mind-boggling. Like, I'd almost agree. Yeah, dirt's a fair conversation.
Yeah, I guess.
Compaction rates, base rock, what subgrade? A lot of shit about dirt, surprisingly. There's a lot of shit relating to dirt. People get paid to do dirt work on job sites. So that's, something to think about. But they do.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, certainly a pocket protector would keep my shirt from getting dirty.
True.
Well, that's
I don't know, man. See, the funny thing is, why is everyone acting so weird, troll? And it's just kind of funny. Like, how does the saying go? When you associate yourself with trolls, you just become the fifth troll in the group.
I don't know if that guy was trolling
though at all.
I don't know if that guy was trolling, man.
I don't know. I don't want to offend him. Some of that actually sounded a little like, all right, this guy's sort of like. I mean,
that was a straight 75-20, and he was here to troll. Like, the motherfucker was wearing comfies on camera.
I agree.
We gotta keep it a buck. Like,
yeah,
he got game and confidence to at least some extent. Like, let's just be real. Like, he does. Like, you can't clown on him. It was entertaining. Better than Carrie's rambling in the bathroom, smoking the Globey on a sick one.
I will say for a switch up, that wasn't bad, but oh man,
yeah, good stuff.
that is about to
Anyway,
get on
so
a
do we
sick
want to
one
start
on the
talking about
chest.
politics and stuff that'll get us kicked off of YouTube?
No.
No?
If we're going to
Okay.
talk about politics, I'll drop a 2-word thing right now, and this whole thing will get demonetized.
No.
but I
Don't
don't
do
want to
it.
do that. I'll be a civil person, but I got a good 2-worder that would be a rap.
Let's not do that. You know,
We've kept it
let's
pretty
just
clean
I'm
tonight.
not going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to do it.
Sober and clean. I can dig it.
Well,
Yeah,
not
you know,
sober.
it hadn't been a very like, okay, normally on these shows I do like the heaviest of the workload, and it's, you know, I'm talking and talking and talking and doing shit. In this video I haven't done much, but it's been clean because Carrie hasn't been here and Riggs hasn't flown off the hinge yet. But
to answer
I never
Carrie's
fly off
question,
the hinge. That's John. That's John. I don't fly off the hinge.
True.
No, Carrie, he was on NoFap. He said he was on NoFap anyway. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Carrie just lies. Carrie probably beats off every day, and he hooks up with hookers on a regular basis.
Carrie?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't know, man. 10% body fat, man. I can't even get down to that level.
Yeah, because you're not fucking 70. Jack Skellington at 10% body fat's irrelevant.
True.
Hey,
I never understood that. People be like, my body fat's this low. And I'm like, you don't even look like you lift in the shirt. Like, who cares if I can see your abs? You look frail.
I got a real quick, make a t-shirt, Beautiful Life just said. I actually have a couple ideas of some new LFA t-shirts. Guys, let me know what you think, because there are some phrases that have kind of gone on, you know, over the show. I think one t-shirt could say, what you think about that, LFA? That'd be a great new t-shirt. I'd buy it.
Yeah.
Can I say the other one? Because this phrase has been repeated, and I know because I've heard it. This phrase has been repeated dozens of times. Guys, where's V-Taper? Dozens of times. Like when I'm not calling in, everyone's like, where's V-Taper? So I want my own shirt that says, where's V-Taper? That's all.
Yeah.
I don't know. Any ideas? I would like to hear some new LFA merch ideas if anyone has them, so we can give them to LFA.
Yeah, I don't got none of those.
I mean, if I put like Carrie on a shirt though, like, and just put something like this on a shirt, do you think it would sell?
I'd buy it.
Yeah.
Man, that was low-key some smoke. Whoo!
Yeah, Sarah should call in.
Who the fuck is Sarah?
The Raging Tomato.
Ah,
you know Sarah the Raging Tomato. She's a staple on the show.
Yeah, the Manosphere reporter, right? Always get her shit popping up in the Discord.
I would react to one of her videos, but she uses music and stuff in the background that always gets me copyrighted. Last week, everything was good, but I played that video Prawn had me play, and that company copyright striked me. Well, they didn't strike me. They YouTube gave me the option to remove it from the video. So I did. So I had to remove that segment of the video. And anytime you edit the video, it removes the live chat. So I don't know. Just fucked up. So there's no live chat to look at.
Yeah, you get hit with a lot of that shit. I guess for conversation's sake, V-Taper, why are you not a fan of CGA? I guess I'll ask that. Just for conversation's sake, because I remember it popped up earlier.
Why am I not a fan of what?
CGA. Someone said something about, I'm not trying to plug like on the channel for the other cat or whatever, low key, but CGA, you know who we're talking about.
Oh, Coach. Are we not allowed to say him? Like, why am I not into it?
No, I'm just asking, like, why is he so bad?
I don't think he's bad. He's just not like, okay, I actually was listening to him like kind of heavy during the pandemic. And I thought all that whole, like, I thought when he would say peace leave, I thought that was really funny. And then he had a couple phrases that I thought were funny. But I think the more you listen to guys like him, I feel like he doesn't really help your skills and interaction with women. I think he's just there to sort of like garner this audience who are terrible with women. And like, that's kind of what I noticed when I was watching him. So,
Okay, so that's okay. So you took it
yeah.
as like, oh, I'm gonna harness all the people that are basically just like idiots or not capable. Okay, I
Well,
get.
and
I
then
guess I get
also,
that.
did you guys know that there was like that guy, huge like CGA fan, and I guess like
No, don't demonetize it. Yeah, I know who you're
Write it in
talking
the
about.
private chat.
I know
Okay.
who you're talking about.
Okay.
Something that someone followed him, did some dumb shit.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I don't think I think it's just real. Like, I think CGA.
Yeah,
I think it's just he keeps it a buck. That's
So
just a fact.
somebody don't explain what he did, but okay. In friendly terms, let's say somebody committed acts of violence that was a member of his community. Is that what happened?
Something like that, yeah.
Yes.
Or acts of
I think even worse than that.
sexual or
No,
physical or
violence.
I think
like
killed someone or something.
okay. So yeah, but the thing about that is like, how many Eminem fans do you think have killed somebody? And Eminem literally said in a song, who would have thought Slim Shady would be something that you would have bought and made you get a gun and shoot at it, a COP? Like he would say stuff like that because he has a record label backing him. He's allowed to say that. Whereas YouTubers are independent and they, whatever, you have no influence or you have no control over what your audience does. You can influence them. And I think Coach Greg Adams, to what you're saying, sure, does he go after an audience of guys that have failed with women or struggle with women? Probably, right? That's kind of most of the MGTOW audience is that. Some of them are legitimate guys who are like, been through the divorce
that makes
machine.
up a lot of your audience too, though, right? Keeping it a buck.
For sure. Well, yeah. Well, I think most of my audience right now are people that are like trying to improve and stuff. But
yeah.
But there's, the MGTOW is a wide, broad range of things. So, there's some guys that have been through some shit in the court system, or they've been cheated on, or, they just don't like the way the current system works. So they're walking away from it. But the majority of the people that view the content are just dudes. It's like locker room talk, basically. It's just dudes getting together and talking shit. So anybody in the Manosphere, like, you don't think AMS or me or anybody has some crazy people in our audience, in our viewership? Obviously we do, right? And we can't control what people do. So I don't think it's a good idea to like even attach that to CGA. Like, he has no control over what his viewers do.
Exactly.
But the whole, a lot of people use the MGTOW community just to grift, just to make money off of. And I think CGA is pretty much like a career YouTuber at this point, isn't he? Like, he's one of those guys, he probably makes like 15, 20K a month or something.
He's making good money. Like, he gets a lot of views. Like, he's turned more like where it's more comedy skit based shit, but there's still gems in there for men trying to figure this shit out, right? Like,
well,
yeah, he's about his money. I don't think I never got like that he hates women. Like, I'll watch him here and there. I don't consider
get that
myself
vibe from
that I
him.
hate women. Like, pretty
I
much
kinda get
again,
that from
like
him.
in relationships most of my life. But
I put him in the same category as like Better Bachelor. Like, he's found a grift that makes a lot of money. And I don't mean grift in a bad way. Like, he's trying to, he's kind of like Kevin Samuels. Like, Kevin Samuels was doing cologne reviews and he was a dating coach. And then all of a sudden it was like women started calling in and he found a grift that made a lot of money. I think CGA did the same thing, but he found a grift that made a lot of money. Better Bachelor, same thing. They found something that hit the algorithm and started making them tons of money. So they just rode with it. So that's what basically all YouTubers do. I personally don't fucking care. And I don't have the consistency or drive to like be fully committed to YouTube. So I don't do that, but I understand why people do. Like if I saw a check that was like, if 1 month I just hit it big and made like 50,000 in 1 month, yeah, my eyes would light up and I'd be like, okay, we're on to something here. Let's do it. And so I understand why people do it, but you know, whatever. I don't typically watch. I don't watch enough of his content to know anything about him. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's fair.
I've seen like a couple of his videos and I don't know. I just don't know enough about him.
He's a
You know,
YouTuber.
he's
He's
really
out to make
good.
money. They all
Yeah.
are. Keep it a buck.
Yeah.
Like it's not. They're not going out. It's not Salvation Army where you're doing charity work for
Right.
motherfuckers. Like
Right.
everyone
I
got to
mean-
get paid.
Well, you know, I think his audience really is a cult following, and especially like when
Is he
you know,
that popular though? How many followers does he have?
Oh,
I think
his
he's
live
pretty
streams are
popular.
popping.
50, 60,000. I don't know.
Like Rollo has a cult like following?
I think especially guys
TJ
like
gets
Coach Gray
more on his
Adams
lives
though
than Rolo
almost
does.
have
Blows
more
him
of a
out the
cult
water.
following than Rolo.
Really? Because
I
Rollo's
would
like
say-
the red pill.
Well, okay, how many subs does Coach Greg have?
I couldn't tell you.
And like, okay, I kind of think maybe Coach Greg's audience is more loyal than Rolo's audience, maybe, or they're more like they feel like. Well, I mean, Coach Greg does stuff like the Coach Gang, and he really does stuff like to make his audience feel like they're a part of like what Coach Greg is doing. And I don't know that Rolo does stuff like that. So that's what I mean by cult following.
Yeah, well, but the thing about it is like, so I think Coach Greg Adams is like a content creator, whereas Rolo is like he's like an author. He creates original ideas, whereas content creators, you know, think of like Better Bachelor. He
Coach
reacts.
Greg's an author. He's written a few books.
Yeah, CJ.
What about? Like, do they have?
It's like called Free Agent Lifestyle, I think, and it's just like his definite, you know, his sort of like it's like his MGTOW book or whatever.
And nothing wrong with that, but that's just kind of like a rebranding of MGTOW. That's not like an original concept.
And I think, well, he has a book just like, you know, AMS has a book, or like, you know, a lot of YouTubers out there like to have a book for people,
right?
I mean, it sort of helps their brand,
right? Well, but the comparison to Rolo though is Rolo came out with a book that influenced like most of the Manosphere before Rolo was even on YouTube.
No, I agree.
So people knew who he was and knew about his
good
book.
old days.
But okay, I think okay. Here's what I mean by cult following. Like Rolo actually has been on like Dr. Phil, hasn't he? And so I feel like Rolo is a guy who you can still you can invite him on mainstream platforms. You can't really invite a guy like Coach Greg, but Coach Greg still has a bunch of people who love him and who build him up. And who, like, I mean, kind of like you, LFA, I would say like a cult following is like almost something that's like isn't accepted by the rest of society, but there's a bunch of people out there who love you and support you and hold you up. And I don't think Rolo really needs a cult following. There's people who don't come to YouTube who will still read and buy his book, I think. Yet
Rolo's
like Coach
kind of
Greg,
mainstream. I think the whole the clique of, and not taking a shot at him, but like I think Rolo, the Tates, Fresh and Fit, Valuetainment, Jay Waller. I think those guys are almost like, I almost think Jay Waller was like put here from Hollywood.
The plant.
Like I don't think he's like I don't think he's a YouTuber. I think he's like a Hollywood actor that was like, it's like, let's shake up the Manosphere and throw some professionals into the mix. And it's like, this guy's like reading a teleprompter just because he's like this Giga Chad, you know? But really, he's just like some Hollywood actor that was like put here. And
I
that,
think
like,
there's actually.
What's that?
No, I think there's actually a lot of YouTubers like that.
Yeah.
You know, not just like, you know, they're kind of like pre-selected. They might not even necessarily be.
Yeah. Then
like
they're funded. They have like studios and microphones and cameras and editors. And it's basically like, here, hey, you 6'4" big handsome dude, read this shit. We're gonna take over the Manosphere.
Yeah, well, I even think guys like Penguin Zero could even be like, I don't know why
I don't know who the
he's so
fuck that
huge.
even is.
He's the long hair. He's Charlie. He's got that long black hair, and he kind of talks like this. I'm Charlie. I tell a bunch of funny little jokes, and they're really monotone.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. He was in the lane of like Sneeko before the cancellation, and
So fucking rats, fucking Chiefs lovers.
Aiden Ross, and he's one of those types. Like he's like a Markiplier.
I think he's kind of gotten popular. Just he's very clickbaity. All of his videos are super clickbaity, and like he'll even make them so vague, like something like, "I can't believe this just happened. I can't believe I just saw this." And then that's how he gets people to. Yeah, saw what?
Okay, so so somehow CGA dislikes women. I don't think any message he delivers is gonna harm a man that's not. To me, I don't hear anything from him that's just, oh, you follow that advice, you're gonna be fucked. Like I don't pick up on any of that from him at all.
I don't know anything about him. Like I know I know Free Agent Lifestyle is basically just a rebranded MGTOW though, right?
I think that's it in a nutshell. In a way, I'm not real familiar with early MGTOW shit.
He wanted
it basically is. I would assume.
Well,
yeah, it's a rebrand.
MGTOW isn't very cool. It doesn't have a lot of appeal. It's very serious and almost militant. But saying Free Agent Lifestyle, that's like almost like you're being a player. You're a MGTOW, but a player at the same time. You know what I mean?
It's a more attractive way than saying MGTOW for sure. I will agree there. But
I think that's what that is.
Yeah, real quick, Andrew 406 just said you'll probably never have a girlfriend listening to Rolo though, LOL. And I kind of agree, and that's just in general. Like if you sort of like religiously watch someone, or you kind of like rely on like Rolo's advice or something, it's like you become dependent, on what these people say. And I mean that's in general. Like Coach Greg Adams' following, in a way, if you are too much into this content creator, you will, inhibit yourself from getting women. And, I don't know. I almost feel like Coach Greg doesn't have a really positive enough message to go out and meet women. Like he doesn't really promote like what we do here in this chat. We promote the interactions with women, how to help people. And I kind of feel like that's why a lot of people will call in here, but it's like I don't really get that when I watch Coach Greg out.
I think CGA helps men in the fact, like keep it a buck, like just don't take a L when you're dealing with women, like know what you're dealing with. Like that's just, there is inherent risk involved on a lot of fronts. So I don't think that's a bad thing.
Well,
And
here's
if you're getting women, his advice is completely applicable.
Okay,
in a fair way.
I think
100%.
okay. Correct me if you disagree with me. Let me know. But I think more like Richard Cooper, Coach Greg Adams, Rolo, the people who mainly watch their audience are divorced men, divorced, dads, and so they are, they get that sort of support. Is like, these are the guys who are putting up with the child support, and then the wives putting them through the ringer. It's like we're not really dealing with that stuff over here. So I think, because that's what Richard Cooper's been through. That's what Coach Greg Adams has been through. So it's like I feel like his audience also has those similar experiences.
Most of my audience are guys that are like in their 30s that just stayed single, that got girls, have had girlfriends, get laid, but just stayed single for whatever reason. And that's a lot of people in like the millennial age group. That's a lot of fucking people. And by the way, a lot of the women in the audience are too. When you look at like Beautiful Life, Christina DK, or Raging Tomato, who's used to be married but is single now, or has a boyfriend but is single. Adriana Flowers, like, so the women and the men are all kind of people in that age group that are just single. But the CSS Element here too, a lot of people, but there are people that are just kind of, I think it's more of like a relatable group where it's like people that are in the same stage and we just relate to each other. I don't know, but I think over there in like CGA's audience, which I don't know exactly what kind of message he puts out, but it's probably the same in his group, right? So if he's like divorced, 50 years old, he's about keeping your money and not losing it in marriage and things like that, right? Probably shit like that. Am I right, Riggs?
Yes.
I'd say it. Yeah, that's probably. I'd say 75%. Yeah, you're in the right ballpark, though. Go on. Yeah, you're in the
Yeah.
right
So
ballpark.
he's basically he's the we want prenup crowd and the we should not get married crowd. Like, don't get put in HR by some skank that you work with for riding in the elevator with her crowd. I don't know. I don't know.
But I mean, shit like that happens. That's why I'm saying, like, I
Yeah.
don't think his message is bad, right? But I get
Yeah.
it. If you view it and you haven't like been in the trenches and you've only had like what are 2, 3, 4 girls or whatever that you've dated or whatever, like you're gonna operate life like it's a minefield in this motherfucker. But it's even you got more experience in the game, it still is. You just navigate it better. Just
Right.
To me, I don't see a bad thing in his message.
Yeah. So my thing with like the dudes that react to like, okay, let's say there's like an instance where it's like female rapper divorces male rapper. And the divorce is like a big, crazy Hollywood divorce, right? There's a lot of YouTubers that will react to that stuff. And like, they'll be like, look how dumb this bitch is, or look at how delusional this bitch is. And, they're just reacting to like some Hollywood shit.
Oh yeah. Or the guy's a simp. Her man's a simp. Watch this video.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I understand people are looking for content and they're like reaction channels, but for me, it's like, if you pull yourself into that, that's what you become. So like, I'm not trying to sit here and worry about like Tom Brady's wife divorcing him. I'm not going to make a video like, see, even Tom Brady gets screwed over in divorce, because I don't see how that's useful to anybody. Like, I don't see how digging into like other people's business is somehow informative to an audience.
Yeah. Once Tom Brady got divorced, I was like, that NFL walk-on I was going to do, I'm fucking bouncing. I got to go. I'm going to take an L, even if I get
but
it.
I think Brady got what he wanted. I think she waited until he retired to divorce him. So she wasn't going to put him through a miserable fucking divorce while he was still out there competing and trying to win Super Bowls. But I think he's a giga Chad. She's a supermodel. They're both multimillionaires. They had basically decided, yeah, you'd be a great person, good genetics, high IQ, a lot of money, good person to have kids with. So they got married, they had kids, and they were respectful enough to wait until he retired to divorce. So I think they did it the most professional way you possibly could, but I don't think there was ever like an ounce of genuine desire or love in that relationship. But I think they did the right thing on all aspects. Now, the fact that she's a model and she has a lot of money and she has a lot of ability to pull a new high value man, I think it's normal for her to do that. And I think it's normal for Tom Brady to go find a young, hot supermodel to date and fuck. But I just don't see how there was like any drama in that. I don't see how the Manosphere pulled drama out of that. I saw it as like a positive.
Yeah, I could see that. I don't know.
I mean, she waited until he retired. Like, imagine if he were like still playing for the Patriots and he was in the Super Bowl, and it's like 2 weeks before the Super Bowl, Gazelle now announces she wants to divorce Tom Brady and she fucked Antonio Brown or some shit like that, right? But she waited till he retired. I don't know. But I just think the Manosphere will pick little stories like that and they'll steer it in a narrative, and the audience will like salivate and be like, yeah, these bitches are hypergamous. And it's just like, yeah, like it's kind of a reach.
Nah, they will. They all do it, right?
Yeah.
It's easy bait. Like I said, everyone here for a job, like you want to get paid. So it's like, hey, if we got to talk about that and people bite, Well, that's surface level, like, I
It
guess,
brings the
quote
views
unquote.
in.
Yeah, it's quote unquote surface level manosphere shit. I just hope like men will be sane enough to actually like read a book a little bit, motherfuckers, instead of watching the show.
Yeah.
And
Or like
approach it in real life. Like it's, reading or hearing something is one thing, but let's go out and navigate real life for a little bit. Can we do that? And then apply the other shit?
Yeah.
So I just want to jump back because we were talking about CGA a little bit. I mean, because I did used to watch more of his content, and then I would watch that other guy, Darius, and I just noticed a lot of like similarities in their content, and I just didn't really feel like they're really promoting I kind of feel like both of those types of content creators want to, are just here to reel in the lonely viewer.
But what do you want them to
like,
promote though? Like is marriage
I just think it's
something of
grifting
value anymore?
No, it's just like
So where's the grift? If they're bullshitting
the
and telling a
grift is
lie, that's a grift to me.
no,
That's
it's
a
like
grift to
the
me.
grift. The grift is
they're
those
telling you
guys are
facts.
you're saying that they're selling out V-Taper. Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily. They just say things that would God, I had the words on the tip of my tongue just a second ago. They're like
It's disingenuous, but to make money.
No, well, I mean, no, they're there to make money. I have no problem with that.
I mean,
You want
yeah,
to
I'm
get
not
subscribers
calling
and
it
everything.
disingenuous. I'm trying to like.
But I think they
figure out what
say
you're trying to
things.
say.
They say things to their audience that almost like kind of shock value things about or they
Like
say things that are really going to rile up their audience or I don't know what I'm trying to say. You know what I'm trying to say though.
Yeah, well, they'll take something like Will Smith and Jada Pinkett, and they'll just like push it like crazy. Like, see, these bitches are delusional.
Yeah,
and the audience will salivate and be like, "Fuck yeah, every woman is Jada Pinkett Smith, and she represents all women." And Will Smith's a cuck.
They're really good at exciting their crowd and their audience. They know what their audience likes to hear. And I mean, I just don't necessarily think that saying that type of shit about women, like that person who's a huge CGA fan or whatever, or Darius fan, is going to go out later that night and, get laid. I just don't think those guys set their audience in the right mindset.
Your mindset does make a big difference. So this sounds really stupid, but like when I was a kid, I used to hate spiders. Like I was afraid of spiders. And I was at my uncle's house and he, anyway, Southern Ohio, like down by Kentucky. I was at his house, like out in the country. There's this giant spider web. And I was like, oh, fuck. And I grabbed a lighter and I was going to kill this big ass spider. And he's like, no. He's like, the spiders take away the mosquitoes.
Yeah.
And I was like, huh. And he's like, don't kill it. He's like, he works for us. So my mindset, like my perspective on spiders had changed. It was like, wait, I'm not scared of them anymore. I don't hate them. They're on my team. So it's like, sure, they can bite you and they can be poisonous and they can do crazy things. But depending on how you view them, you may also view them as on your team and they actually perform a task. They work for you.
Totally.
And women are the same way. Like because of the system, they can screw you over. They can, press charges against you. They can divorce you. They can do things. They can, ruin your ego by rejecting you or hurt your feelings or break your heart. But if you view them from a different perspective, like they clean your house, they suck your dick, they love you, they cook for you, they do things for you, they're pretty fucking cool.
Yeah.
Then it's like, okay, wait, maybe they're on our team, And I think my audience, my viewers view women as a net positives to society. Whereas like most of the MGTOWs view women as a net negative to society. You know what I mean? And I think that's
totally, I agree.
A negative to okay. I don't know. It's weird to me.
Don't you think by and large, don't you think like the general message of MGTOW is, I mean, it's mostly about empowering men, but they also believe that women are like a net negative to society.
I think it's an easy cope to say that, right? Where you just like, I'm gonna go my own way because dealing with whatever woman went bad and I'm in my field. So I guess in that sense, I would agree. But I think I don't know. I don't know. There's lines with all the shit at the end
Yeah.
of the day, but it's
Well,
like, you know, I think
yeah,
a
and
lot of shit on. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
right, and not just not MGTOW, like the Manosphere in general. You know, you're not going to see like the church girl that works as a school teacher and is happily married and has 2 kids and lost her virginity to her husband and cooks dinner for her family every night. You're not going to see that girl go on like a Manosphere podcast.
You're probably not going to see that girl in real life. Let's keep it a buck. Like
Again, the crowds that you put yourself around are going to determine that. I mean, it's Sunday. I went to church today. I saw plenty of those women.
But like MGTOW is almost like if you know what a woman scorned looks like, that MGTOW is like a woman scored in the male version. That's how I always viewed it, based on a lot of the context and things they say. Like they're obviously, like most of them, like they got divorced by their wives, they took the house, the kids, the truck, the dog, and all of those other things. And like to me, MGTOW, it's just a bunch of very angry men that kind of need a support group in that aspect. But sometimes they go a little too far.
Rightfully so, though.
Direction. Yeah.
I mean,
no, and I don't blame them.
that.
There are those women that do those types of things to men, and they give us a really shitty name. So then, like all the divorces, according to these like anecdotal stories, like we all look like terrible people, and it breaks my heart because it's like not all divorces go that way. You know? Like
did your divorce go good? You left or he left?
I would say it was mutual, but I had to do the filing.
You left. Yeah, I figured. I was like, you left. Stop.
Well,
Stop.
It was actually
you left. That's it.
But why did you leave?
Well, he couldn't keep it in his pants.
See, that's something, and people do have to consider that fact. So 80% of divorces are initiated by women.
I thought it was 70.
So, okay, 70. But usually the person that initiates the breakup or divorce is the person that got screwed over.
Correct. And that's why I say, like, okay, well, and this makes me question, because Just Pearly Things talks about this a lot, like, oh, well, all of these women are the ones initiating it, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, what straw had to break the camel's back to make her do it? And I'll tell you this, the first time that he started screwing around, okay, we got married in 2014. By 2015 was when I found out the first time, like, and like the first time I ever, like, it came to knowledge, and it come to find out it had been happening throughout our entire engagement and the first year of our marriage and all these things. And I was like, okay, let's try to fix this. So then I went, that was 2015. It is now 2023. Okay. And I didn't even start trying, like, I didn't even talk to a lawyer until 2019. So I gave it a good 4 years of a college trying to work through it. So, like, again, the straw that broke the camel's back, until it was like, okay, this is obviously a problem. You're not trying to fix it because you keep doing it, so I feel like I have the right to walk away because I tried, and I think that I honestly believe there are a lot. It's not like the woman just like wake up one day and they're like, you know what? I don't love you anymore because I just don't. Like, and then we just get a divorce. It is possible, but is that really the general population? I mean, I just can't believe that there's women. Okay, even for instance, I'll talk about Ashley's because she's talked about it on her streams before too. Like, the only reason she filed is because he told her, I don't love you anymore. I don't want to be with you, but you do what you got to do. And she's like, okay, well, I guess I have to file then, and the guy doesn't want to be the bad guy in the situation.
Yeah. You know what the issue is though? It's the no fault divorce. So if you were only able to divorce somebody if you could prove that it was their fault, that would be different. So like if you could prove that your husband was abusive or he was, having sex with somebody else or something like that, you should be able to initiate the divorce. But I don't think couples should, it sounds kind of crazy, but I don't think they should be able to divorce because they fell out of love. Because I think they signed a contract and emotions shouldn't dictate that.
Right. So Maryland actually forces you to do what's called a legal separation, right?
Yeah, some gay counseling
You
shit.
have 3 different reasons why you can get divorced immediately, but you have to come in with like a private eye proof or this or that or certifications and things like that. And it was like it wasn't worth it. Um, Even if he admits to X, Y, or Z, like it's not even valid. Like you have to have certifications proving this. So it's either adultery, he's been imprisoned, or he is like legally determined as crazy. And the Maryland will grant you pretty much an immediate divorce. However, Maryland, outside of those 3 reasons, will allow you to separate for 1 full year, live out that separation, right? And this allows for room for remediation or, and trying to get back together, or maybe just separate for a little bit, see how it feels. And then if you really, really want that divorce, like then you can come back to the courts and say, okay, we tried it for a year. It's not working, X, Y, Z. And I
Someone
actually
been watching James Sexton. That's to
no,
the T.
actually, my divorce was finalized last Friday. So I actually I went through all of this stuff. So I'm very, very, very freshly familiar with this scenario. And you even have to answer these questions, like when you go into the divorce court to like with the judge after you've been separated for a year, like, have you had any marital relations? Like, do you foresee any, fixing this X, Y, like you have to like testify to all these crazy questions, and it's absolutely absurd. But
Why do they even ask that though? Like that's
it's
like
because
anyone's
it's
gonna tell
one
the truth.
partner, because
That's
it's
like
one.
asking a girl's body count. It's
Well,
irrelevant. Like
I will
if it
tell
comes to
you.
divorce, whoever makes the most money gets the kids. You don't get shit. No one gets shit. Fucking walk. That's how it should be. That's how it should be in a real
Well,
world. But you
my
can't
ex
operate it
was
like that because there'd be a lot
my
of
ex
homeless
was
women.
he was actually trying to fight it for a hot minute before we went into the court, because they asked the question, like your lawyer will run through like the questions that they're going to ask you to testify to in front of the judge. And so they sit there and they ask this long list of questions, like, and one of them is, have you had any marital relations? And come to find out later on, after everything was done, when his lawyer asked him, like, have you had any marital relations, because that can cause a delay in your divorce if you've had anything going on or whatever. And he actually tried to tell her, well, we held hands once. And his lawyer was like, excuse me? And he's like, yeah, we held hands. And when my lawyer told me this, I laughed and I said, yeah, like when we first separated over a year ago, my son was not doing well with the concept, and he sat there like I think we were at a sporting event or something, and he took our hands and put them together for a second and was like, like, if you guys hold hands, you'll be fine. And but he actually tried to use that as an excuse to try to delay the divorce. Like, he has delayed this entire divorce longer than it needed to be. So
Well, then he's a fucking lame.
well, I think he just knew what he lost. So
Interesting outlook.
Oh, he fought this one tooth and nail. I actually, again, like I started seeing a lawyer in 2019. So that's how long this one's been cooking. So yeah.
The man you had around was a bitch and was acting like a bitch. So it's basically the woman of modern day divorces, and there you go. So I don't really blame you why you left, but still gay.
But what I will say, here's what I will say though. In the divorce, like, it was very fair. Like, I did not floor him. I didn't take him to the cleaners. I didn't even touch his pension. Why? Because I'm like, that's not mine.
That's how you get killed. You fuck with a motherfucker pension. He been working his whole life. Be like, well, fuck it. I'll risk fucking murder. Fuck it.
Legally, my lawyer was like, I don't advise that. And I like, she's like, you actually have legal rights to a percentage X, Y, Z. And I said, no, like, I don't want it. I'm going to trade that and here's what I'd prefer to happen. And I feel like it's a better investment for both of us because nobody's getting like a tax hit on this and doing that. Like I wanted to keep my portfolio too. Like I didn't want to
Well, how
lose
you
my
like your
portfolio.
pancakes though? How you like your
Warm,
pancakes?
warm. No, I have a great boyfriend now, so it's good. Don't worry. But I just like I felt like I was very fair in a lot of what we did, and a lot of these crazy off the wall stories that I hear from men of like she took this, she took that, she touched this, they like blah 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 blah, and I'm like, why? Why would she? Like to me, I looked at it like that's still the father of my child, and if he's not okay financially or stable wise or future wise, like then neither will my child be. You know what I mean? Like, so if that's the case, like, then what am I doing to my kid in the future? Like, all I'm doing is screwing my kid over if I'm screwing his father over, right? So I felt like we did a pretty fair divide between everything, and I felt like everybody was like, as far as all of that stuff was concerned, I felt like it went really well. But I don't understand why women want to like completely screw men over, especially financially.
What
Like,
kind of protein in the pancakes, base Patriot Frog? What you mixing in that bitch?
oh goodness, somebody's putting protein in their
Oh God.
protein
No,
pancakes.
base Patriot Frog.
Oh,
He's
I
talking
know what
about
kind
what
of
we got in the
protein he's talking
pancake
about.
mix.
That's an extra creamy pancake. That's what he's talking about.
What?
Where LFA go?
I don't know. Probably
Who
to go get a
knows?
drink.
He
I
said,
was
"Fuck, I'm tired
rambling.
of hearing about this girl's life
I
story. No one gives
know,
a
right?
shit."
Probably, seriously. Like I was rambling, so he rolled.
Can't blame him.
Sorry.
I'm joking. Well, yeah, we are 3 hours and 12 minutes into the stream here.
Oh, so what did I miss earlier with this guy in the cheetah robe?
Hold on. You said something about why are women really wanting to screw men over? Like what I hear about that. What'd you say?
Well, I just don't understand why they want to, because especially if they're the father of your children.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, women are
like if you
extremely.
screw them over, if you screw the father over, inevitably you're screwing your children
Yeah.
over.
But
And that's
women are spiteful when they turn on a man. So like, and men will know what I'm talking about. Like when she loves you, she loves you. But when she turns on you, she turns on you. She goes cold and she like all of a sudden wants to destroy you.
Well, I think that comes down to the woman and like the individual as well. Like, and I'll say I went through my parents' divorce and I watched all of that craziness happen. And I think that's why going through mine, I was like, we're gonna make this work, like the best interest of the child, and that's how it's gonna be. So even when my lawyer was like, you have rights to this, you have rights to that, I'm like, yeah, but that's not right. Like what is that doing for my child?
It's very thoughtful for you to say things like that. And why do women feel like they have to run a man through the ringer or whatever? But I mean, that's how women are sort of trained in our society these days. Women are kind of told to treat men like that, or even society in general sort of kicks dirt on men. And
Well, I think the laws have been brought up in such a way to favor the woman because,
Yeah.
A long time ago they didn't,
Right.
right? So if
Right,
a
I agree.
woman chose to divorce a man a long time ago, like she could get completely screwed out of everything.
Well, but
And
something that I've seen a lot of, and I don't see this coming from men, but I see this coming from women. And that is when they fall out of love with a man. Okay, she loves him one day, but then all of a sudden something happens, and now she despises him. She hates him. She will go to whatever lengths she has to go to destroy him. I've just seen it happen so many times. Personally, I haven't experienced it myself, but a lot of guys in the chat can attest to this. But when a woman is in love with you, you get one side of her, and all of a sudden when she turns on you, she just wants to dig that knife in your back. It's a female thing. They do it.
Yeah, I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that. I mean, I don't feel like I'm that female,
I
and
know.
I
You're
I have
exception
a
to the rule. We got it. We got it. We got it. That's not you. We got it.
I feel like I have a track record to prove that I'm not that way, but I'll spare you the long stories. But
Thank you.
I see what you're talking about, and I acknowledge it. I acknowledge that there are women out there that will just go like toe to toe just because they can, right? And I respect you saying that, and like I acknowledge it. Is that the way it should be? Absolutely not. But at the end of the day, it comes down to like these are two individuals fighting for, you know, to get the most out of something. Right, and that's like a survival tactic for whatever reason that's being brought out of them, like, that's a survival tactic, or that's a, like, "Fuck you, you did this, you did that," like, "Well, here's your karma, bitch." You know, I don't know, there are great men out there that get screwed over. I'm not going to deny that, but there are also shitty men that get screwed over because it was well earned. Like, and there are also women out there who get screwed over too. Like they put their foot in their mouth by the end of it, you know, because they claim this and claim that, and then lo and behold, they like, oh nope, that wasn't true. Here you go. So
Yeah, well, but during a breakup, okay, let's say a woman cheats on a man. The man isn't like gonna come up with a plan. Do you see the comment on the bottom of the screen? Hell have no fury like a woman scorned.
Oh yes, a woman
Yeah.
scorned is dangerous. I agree with that. Totally.
Yeah, if you cheat on a man and you break his heart, you screw his whole world up, he doesn't want revenge. He just wants to heal. Like he just wants
Right,
to be
and move
left
on.
alone.
Yeah.
But if you cheat on a woman and break her heart, she almost always wants revenge. Like she's going to get you back.
She could, yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. I agree with that. I agree that probably most women could have that perspective. I don't feel like I did, but you know, I don't know. I've seen it. I agree with you there. And that's also like you have the corral of her friends being like, "Yo, fuck that motherfucker. Like he's going down. Like what are we going to do about this?" You know, like you have
Yeah,
this like
but girls
onslaught
do it to each
of
other too.
I agree with that as well. I agree. Like women can absolutely be treacherous. They really can. They really can. But I guess the lesson learned is don't fuck over a woman. Like I don't know.
You know,
Like
You kind of sound like just pearly things there.
no.
Can I
no,
ask you
'cause
just real
she
quick,
would
Sarah?
say, because she would say like no, because she thinks that men are allowed to cheat on women anyways, and she even said herself that she would be okay if she was married to a man and he was a good provider and he like fucked around on her, and she said like no, I'd totally be okay with that. Like
No one's gonna provide more than she can. Your average man won't do that. Let's keep it a buck. Even though she looked like a long-faced fucking horse he bet on at the racetrack. No.
She does date down, doesn't she? Like her boyfriends usually make less money than her.
well, I don't think she has any other option.
Well, I mean, she's around like Andrew Tate and Jay Waller, and these guys are like multimillionaires and giga chads.
But I want you to
But-
think about that. If she's if she's around those kind of men and they're not even interested in dating her, come on.
Yeah,
now.
but I mean, Tate is only banging girls that are 10s out of 10s and are like 19 years old. And I don't mean there's like I was just shot at him.
But
I'm just saying
I'm sure he has some great friends, right? Because isn't that another thing that they talk about is the social dynamic and surrounding yourself by, you know, so like I feel like she's probably been to enough mixers or social events to where there'd be enough of like Tate's friends that someone's got to be
yeah.
on
I'm
her
sure
level
those
at
cheeks
some
have been
point.
getting busted 100%.
Probably,
but
yeah. She's probably gave it up to a few guys.
them cheeks is getting busted, but ain't no one gonna
Mhm.
keep her. That's the
She's-
difference.
Exactly.
She's mostly into
exactly.
black dudes though. So like the
Niggas.
black dudes she has on, has she had any like high profile black dudes on? I
don't think so. None that I've seen.
Yeah, they're all like she puts them on. They don't Like she doesn't have any like I haven't seen like alpha male strategies or somebody like that go on her show. It's always like, I don't know. Anyways,
I
OP,
don't know.
what's going
I
on?
think AMS is probably a little too small for Pearl at this point.
Yeah. Well, I don't know.
AMS
She's
is
been
goated.
shooting it. I mean, she has Troy Francis on there, and he's
Okay.
like big, but he's not that big.
I used
I
to
got
like
an
Troy
email.
Francis in the
I got
Returning
an
King
email.
days, but now he falling off. That boy falling off.
You know,
yeah,
I did want to jump in there and say something because Sarah was talking about like, you know, men getting screwed over in divorce court or whatever. I mean, I really think though, if you are getting yourself into those situations, you're really not vetting your partner well enough to
Right.
begin with. And I mean, because I have enough friends who just were they were very excitable in some relationship and they thought they were in love. They got married, they got a house, and you know, it doesn't take very long living together, just a few years even, to realize that both of you made a mistake and both of you were just met each other at one point and got caught up in a moment.
Yeah, that's like going to a wedding of a couple, and you're just like sitting there as you're watching them say their vows, and you're like, "This is not going to work. Like this is just not going to work."
I've been to those weddings.
Where you're like placing bets at the wedding of how long it's gonna last, like shit like that. Those are the women and men that like screw each other over.
Oh yeah, no, I've seen.
Who gets married anymore? No one. Who does that?
You know,
That's a bad game plan.
The people who want to get married, who get in, like we were just saying a second ago, like, you know, you're taking a pool on when they're going to get divorced. It's like, I mean, you see it coming from a mile away.
Yeah.
And it's like you even start to feel bad, like they're setting up, like the people who get into those relationships are the guys who, you know, they're grown up and they're sold the American dream. They feel like it's something they have to do, and then they get caught up with with some infatuation or something.
OP,
OP,
what's up?
At that point, though,
you're muted.
He's muted.
Hello, how's it going?
Hello, sir. Wandering Doc, you can come on if you don't like the Doomer vibes. So what's up?
Doomer vibe. Interesting.
Wandering Doc will help the Doomer vibes.
Lucky for you, the #1 optimist in the entire universe has arrived.
Here we go.
There's no
backgammon and fountain
humor vibes with
incoming.
me. It's all about backgammon, fountain pens, poker, travel.
Hey,
I like
hoodies.
Poker.
Hey, you got me a copyright strike. I played that video last week, and that company that they didn't like it much. That Indian dude and that Indian chick.
Oh, no way.
Fuck yeah.
Dude, seriously?
Yeah.
They actually,
Oh my God, Taper.
They let me edit it out though. So I had to edit that part out. But when you edit a live stream, it deletes the whole live chat. So we ended up not getting a strike, but I had to delete the live chat by editing that part out.
It's so weird to me that they would find the one instance of someone using their video as a critique and hunt you down that fast. That's really, they're really on top of it, but it's kind of weird.
Well, how would they tell?
Might be getting notifications though.
Yeah.
Like I know there's an identity theft protection, like Allstate provides one, and they'll even like monitor your YouTube.
Well,
it's ridiculous.
YouTube has a deal on their own, so I get them all the time. It's like some dude in Brazil is uploading my content and translating it in Portuguese or some shit, and I'll just get notifications and I'll go check it out. And because the dude's a fan and he's just uploading my shit to his channel, I don't copyright strike him. And it's like whatever, you know. I don't care.
Yeah,
but they will get an alert if they have a YouTube channel, which they probably do. Yeah, we watch their YouTube video. Obviously, they do, and YouTube will send them directly to the part of the video where their clip is on it, so they can just watch that 2 minutes, and they'll be like, "Oh, these guys are fucking making fun of me." You know, fuck these guys. Copyright strike. Like they can. It's that easy.
But you can fight that though. It's
Your
is that
audio
you
is
that's
shit.
terrible?
It's distorted.
Yeah, it's distorted like crazy.
Aren't you
No,
able to fight the copyright though? Because I had Greg Lurk tried to like copyright strike me on one of my videos, but because I'm parody and satire, like you can't touch me. Like there's nothing anybody can do.
Yeah.
But so long as you're providing commentary on a clip, like, and you're not just playing the clip and leaving it playing and playing and playing and that's it. Like, and you're actually providing commentary on it, like that falls under like the news and commentary section. So like you could have fought it.
Falls under
Are you
fair
able
use.
to hear me now? How's my audio?
Well, they give you different ways to work it out. It sounds better now, OP. You can edit that part out, and that cleans it all up. Or you can fight it and you can dispute it, or whatever. So I just took it out. Like if they don't want it on there, then I'll respect them enough to take it off.
Yeah, the only thing is that like I don't like about the copyright like rebuttal is that you have to put in your real name, your real address, and that gets sent to whoever sent you the copyright strike.
Been to get doxxed.
And I'm like, this is and he like I knew he had no right to copyright. He only did it because he was mad at me because I was making fun of him being a booger boy, and picking his nose on stream. But like, it was ridiculous. But like, I didn't want my information out there, but I was like, well, I have to do this because
so you're copyright striking people too, you rat fuck?
I'm not.
Thought you just said you did.
No, he did it to me.
Oh,
like this
dirty.
kid did it to me because he was all butthurt that I made fun of him, and everybody called him Booger Boy after that. And so I got a copyright strike, but the only way out of it is I could either take the video down, or I could fill out the document and fill out why this is not a copyright strike, which again, I'm parody and satire, so you can't touch me. Unless it's like music, then that's a different thing. But then like you have to fill out this information, and I don't even think he looked at it, and I'm praying to God he didn't, because it'll send him my personal information, and then he has like 10 days to file a court docket with the copyright strike and turn in the certificate of I filed with his local courthouse or whatever to YouTube for them to keep my video down longer than, I think it's 14 days or whatever it is from the start. But if he doesn't file and prove that he filed, then they'll release it immediately. Oh, I just saw a shooting star. They'll like release it immediately. But the point of the matter is like you have to put personal information in there. And I'm like, anybody could go around clicking copyright strike buttons to get somebody's personal information. Like
They could also probably just Google your name.
But I don't have my full name out there.
Well, nowadays it's not difficult. Like even people that don't show their faces on screen, you can be found pretty easily. I mean, most people can. I have a lot of weird people that show up in my inbox, my DMs on Instagram or whatever, and they'll know like my mom's name and shit.
Yeah.
Just like weird shit. And I mean, I'm not going to say things live on a stream, but I get into it with people, and like, I don't fucking care. Like if they want to play those games, go ahead and pull up and just show up. We can end it, but people will, they will stalk you. They will find you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But you're also a man, and I'm a female with children.
Yeah.
So like
it's
a very different story. You know what I mean? Like if
Much
I
more
was
scary,
you, if I was you, like I would probably feel a little safer being like, let's go, but it's kind of creepy out there if you're a woman, and it's not safe. So it's just a little scarier.
It can be really easy to find that type of information, just address, phone number, stuff like that on the internet.
Dude, fucking Nespresso has their Black Friday discount. So I just got so many fucking Nespresso pods. I feel rich in terms of Nespresso pods right now, so it's going to be quad shots every fucking day.
Damn right.
Yeah.
I'm old school. I mean, I don't even know how to pronounce it. I have a Keurig.
Oh,
Keurig.
I can
God,
make
dude.
those,
Bro,
but I buy
Keurig is
instant
nasty.
coffee.
Oh, instant. God.
Yeah, I just buy the Nescaf, and I take
Oh, you buy
I put
fucking
like 3
Nest,
scoops every day.
Gay.
bro.
No, I love it.
Gay.
Dude,
I get a whole bean.
Nescaf is like third world country level coffee consumption. When I
Nah.
was I lived in India for a couple years.
Why don't you just chop
And
some gaggers if you want to get on a sick one and
man.
be productive? Just chop a couple.
But bro, that's wild, man. You got to get yourself an espresso machine. Get yourself some pods. You have black coffee, I'm assuming, right? You don't put anything in it,
I just drink it straight, 0 calorie.
bro. Drinking Nescafe black. That's respectable because that's nasty, bro.
No, it's not bad. No, trust me, I'm like a Starbucks guy. Like I'll go get I love Starbucks, but if I put like 3 scoops, 3 spoons of Nescaf, I can't tell the difference. It's like the same shit to me.
So the funny thing is that I think coffee is this massive overturn window sort of dynamic where if you're used to having shit coffee, you don't know that it's shit. But then once you start to have coffee that tastes really good, you just can't.
What about Starbucks? Is that shit coffee?
Starbucks? Okay, if I was gonna rank Starbucks out of 10, I'd probably give it like a 4 or a 5 out of 10. Quality of the beans are pretty good, but their roast is kind of half-assed. And if you drink it black, it's not.
But when you get a venti, that's like 450.
What are we talking about?
It's like 450 milligrams of caffeine. That's heavy.
Yeah, it's pretty heavy.
That's like 2 cups is like borderline heart attack. If you have a weak heart.
Yeah. So it's okay. So are you sure that it's 450 milligrams? Because
check it out. Look it up.
That's insane. I would not expect
450 milligrams. That's just before we start the pour, and then 2 hours later, I'm gonna need another 500.
Because that's more
that's
caffeine
bad
than a
advice.
quad.
That's
Okay,
bad advice.
Holy shit! 20 ounces is 415. That's wild. Because that's
Does
more
anybody just have
caffeine
an
than a
old
quad
coffee
shot.
grinder and grind up some whole beans?
So you're talking about drip coffee? Drip coffee.
I used to be a total coffee
Nice.
snob.
I mean, so have you ever had I mean, I'm assuming you've had espresso before, right, LFA?
I mean, probably. I don't know.
Okay, so
I couldn't tell you.
And I'll
Did
show
we just
you.
lose somebody?
That's the one that usually comes in the small cups.
Yeah. So
Did we
when I'm
lose
talking
somebody?
quad
We had
shots,
OP, V-Taper, Sarah,
No, we didn't lose
Who's here?
anybody.
Riggs.
Sarah lost her picture.
I lost my picture.
so I'm going to show you why I got to
didn't
get
see
you
it
onto the
on mine.
on the Nespresso game, LFA. Okay, just waiting for this bad boy to heat up.
You're drinking it this late?
This is a decaf.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So it's pretty straightforward. You just push a fucking button. Okay. Whatever. Okay, so the difference between espresso and what makes espresso really special, it creates this beautiful layer of foam. Now, keep in mind, this is black coffee, but it still has this layer of foam. This is called the crema. Okay, and so the way that the crema is generated is that there's essentially a piston inside the espresso machine. It builds up a ton of air pressure with steam, and it basically steam blasts the coffee to create this beautiful foam layer. It's absolutely fucking delicious.
Is
And
that
it's
like
just
head on coffee? Like what you'd want from a beer?
Literally, it's head on coffee.
it's head on coffee. Now, so when we're having espresso, right? You have a coffee, it's nice, it's a little bitter, but when you have espresso, it's like because it's. I mean, keep in mind, this is about 2 cups of coffee in just this much water. So when you are having coffee that's at that level of concentration, you're gonna go right? You go one taste right? So when you do that in the morning, it's so pungent, it hits you so hard. It's like a sledgehammer to the mind. And you do it on an empty stomach. Now your stomach's going, ksh, 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 right? You feel so alive. It's going to get you just boom, right? So it's going to be really
I
intense.
think you should lay off the cocaine, bro.
Now,
I would rather you do
if you
cocaine,
thought,
chop
if
some
you think,
fat gaggers,
now
and get on a
listen,
sick one.
listen. If you think that this is strong, it actually gets stronger. There's another procedure called a ristretto. It's actually 4 times the concentration of an espresso. It's basically like a couple spoons, tablespoons of coffee in a cup, but it's 2 cups of coffee concentrated in there.
You
In a
know,
couple sips, you just shoop, 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 and you're gonna go wah, right?
we need to make commercials with you on them, OP.
You think so?
You ever throw
Infomercials.
pre-workout in that bitch? Like a good ass pre-workout?
We
Like
don't
2 scoops, get on a sick one.
I eat 1 meal a day, so it's just 0
What the
calorie
fuck?
black coffee and then
1 meal
dinner.
a
So I
day?
can, yeah, 1 meal a day, intermittent fasting.
Holy
That's
shit,
how
you gotta eat like a horse.
I do eat like a horse, but I used to be fat. Okay, so with 1 meal a day, I can eat like the good old days every day.
What's your
You know
total
what I mean?
calories a day? There's no way I
2,500.
could.
It's just a 2,500 calorie meal.
Oh, okay. I mean, even 2,500, I'd be pushing it to having
It's
one meal. That'd
about
be grim.
16-ounce steak, tons of butter, a little bit of vegetables, some carbs, and
Oh, fuck yeah.
yeah.
What do we
I
got?
mean, you can,
A Ric Flair Bengals hybrid?
I mean, the
In
thing
the
that
chat.
will surprise you.
Hey, what's up, guys?
2,500 calories is very easy to hit in one meal. It will surprise you how easy it is to hit. You know, a couple of spoons of butter in there, and you're just fucking 600 calories in. You're like, oh, whoa, okay.
Yeah.
Is the butter lined with cocaine?
2,500. You eat
The butter
2,500 a
is
day.
lined.
I ain't buying it.
2,500
There ain't no way.
calories. That's not that much.
How much? I don't believe 2,500. I don't believe it unless you're running 10 miles a day.
Bro, 2,500 is like a normal amount for a guy in his 20s who works out a couple times a week. That's not 10
Yeah, I was
mile a
gonna
day.
say,
That's
isn't like
you're thinking
1,500 to
30
2,000
rigs.
like a normal calorie?
It's
balance?
only 500 above like average dietary needs, which is 2,000. You're thinking 3,500. I'm saying 2,500.
Oh, okay. That was
Okay.
my fault. Because I'm like, fuck, I struggle to get 35. Okay, that was my fault, bro.
So
My bad.
2,500 is very low. I can be at 9% body fat eating 2,500 as
Yeah.
a relatively short guy. So that's like low. Like I'm still hungry on 2,500 a day.
2,500. If I want to have a 6-pack, I'll drop down to about 2,500, and I'm 6 foot tall.
2,500. I feel like shit.
Nah, I mean it's okay. Like I'd say at about 3,200, I can bulk up. 2,500, I'll cut tons of weight. I don't know. It doesn't take much.
Yep.
But yeah.
Yep. When I'm cutting aggressively, I go down to 1,800. But when I'm maintaining a 6-pack, 2,500.
Yeah. For me, if I drop down to 2,500, it's aggressive.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and if I was eating 2,500 on 3 meals a day, I wouldn't really be having a satisfying meal. But by having one meal that's 2,500, I basically have a feast every night. And so what I find is that if you're reaching that satiation point every single day, it's much easier to stick with the diet long term versus if you're always hungry after each meal.
True.
How does your metabolism keep up with that though? Like, isn't like small meals throughout the day like keep your metabolism running?
No. So metabolism is only reflexive to the quantity of calories that you consume, not the timing of calories that you consume. There's obviously some disagreement on that, but I've been doing this for nearly 5 years, and I measure my metabolism, and I get my blood work done. Hasn't changed. So in fact, if you eat all the food at once, you benefit from the thermogenic effect of food, which means that not all of your calories are retained. Your metabolism You actually retain fewer calories by eating it all in one meal than if you were to eat many small meals. Eating many small meals is also bad for your insulin resistance. So you're training your hormones to get hungry very frequently, versus long periods without eating and then eating all at once makes you more insulin sensitive and leptin sensitive, which is the hormone that's responsible for the feeling of satiation. So over time, using intermittent fasting, you can actually decrease your appetite as well.
Fair enough. I'm not very well versed in this topic, so I have probably a lot of questions.
I didn't even make this coffee to drink it tonight. I made it to smell it, man.
Sometimes,
I gotta get you.
Sometimes I really wonder about you.
That's good. That's good. Keep wondering. But LFA, you have to get off of Nescafe. It breaks my heart, okay? You're a successful guy. You can't be having, bro, when I was in India, I would pay 5 rupees for the Nescafe packets, and I'd open the packet and I'd make it in my coffee. And that was when I was 12, just getting into the coffee.
Or did you shit in the streets?
You fucking bet your balls I did. Listen.
What the fuck?
Base.
What
So
the
good.
fuck?
Love you, Prawn. So good.
Listen, listen, you have to mark your territory, okay? And there's no better way to show people this is my land than shitting on it. That's conquest.
I don't know.
That's
No, the thing about the coffee though, I just like Nescafe. I just like it.
But
I can dictate how much I put in there, and it's just perfect.
Have you ever had a coffee that blew you away with the flavor?
Starbucks mocha flavor.
Don't get the fuck out of here with this mocha Starbucks bullshit.
Sorry, but I can't stop.
LFA, I have a question for you that's totally random and tangential to this topic.
Okay.
Have you ever trained Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu?
Very little. I mean, I'm not belted in it in any way, shape, or form, but I've done a tiny bit of training in it. Why?
I was just curious. And
he's gonna hit you off the top ropes.
No.
WWF with this gown on.
No, I was a pretty good wrestler. I was a pretty good wrestler in high school. And I've done a little bit of boxing, but in a tiny bit of jiu-jitsu. I think my wrestling skills are good enough to beat a lot of jiu-jitsu guys. I think their jiu-jitsu skills would have to be very, very good to beat me.
The difference, though, is that in
wrestling
you show your back a lot more than, like, you're trained in wrestling to show your back a lot, right? With, like, the escapes.
Yeah.
And, like, the neutral
jiu-jitsu
position.
wants you to spread your legs for another man. Sus.
No, I mean, I understand jiu-jitsu, and it's, if you're good at it, it's probably the best. But if you're not good at it, but you're just average at it, you'll get whooped by a wrestler.
I think that the main advantage that a wrestler has is the raw athleticism.
Yeah.
When you have the endurance to actually wrestle. Like, I dabbled in wrestling, I never got good. I was always pretty bad, but I have never been more miserable, like, in a workout than I was when I was going to a wrestling practice.
Yeah, well, there's a skill to getting out of things, and to, somebody being on top of you and having the leverage, and, there is a technique to get out of everything. And you see it a lot. Like, John Zerka looks like he would be a good wrestler. Big and strong.
He don't got hands. We've seen that video.
No, he's not a very good boxer, but he probably hits hard enough to where when he connects, it's okay. But he has the size to kind of wrestle, even though he doesn't know what he's doing. He just naturally gets it. Like, he uses his leverage to his advantage. But that's just an example of, he always wins these fights he gets into, and he doesn't know how to fight. But he's just throwing his weight around and using a little bit of natural wrestling ability to win. And he's beating people that actually know how to fight.
I have to say, I was pretty happy to see him get humbled. I mean, he's just being an absolute.
Which one?
John Zerka. You know, when he got into that fight.
Which fight? The tiki-taki one?
With HS. I don't know who that British guy. He basically goes up to this guy in a Miami bar when this guy's drunk, chilling with his girlfriend, starts harassing him, starts a fight with him in the street. This guy's half his size, just destroys Zerka, wrecks Zerka. And like I know that
who was the person?
his name is HS.
HS tiki-taki.
Yeah, tiki-taki.
You know, at the end of that though, Zerka was on top of him.
Yeah, but he had him in a headlock, and HS didn't he had a lot of shots that he didn't take because he didn't want to get a fucking manslaughter charge because it's a street fight in a posh area of Miami.
Yeah. You know, the thing about Zerka though, even if he gets whooped on, I think he will take it like gracefully because he has this weird aura where it's like he can fuck up and still be like, yeah, I fucked up, so who fucking cares? I'm still gonna fucking still gonna beat your fucking ass, you know? And it's like
it's a certain confidence that comes with knowing just how despicable you are and knowing that everyone finds you despicable and just not caring.
Yeah, you can't get any lower. So like he intentionally puts himself at the very bottom of everything.
I don't know. I just don't get why. Like, I don't know. Around the area I'm at, like throwing hands is like you just asking for something. Like jujitsu, like why are you gonna get on the ground? Like someone gonna stab you?
But you also have to
shots,
remember,
like shoot, like
he
it's
does a lot of
irrelevant on
things
what
for
you train
clickbait,
in.
too.
It's not even the
You
risk.
can
Why
land
risk
up
it? You're gonna get shot or
and
stabbed.
You can land up. That's like, dude,
why?
that could still end up as like a felony assault charge for him. The crazy thing is like that, like in some states, that's like a 15-year jail sentence for like a video that we're all like laughing at. Like people have gone to jail for less. People go to jail for a bar scuffle. That was more than a bar scuffle. That was like felony level fucking assault.
Yeah, I worked with a dude that did 15 years over a bar fight. Killed the motherfucker.
Yeah.
Accidentally punched him, killed him.
And I think Zerka has a team. Like he actually has people that are like telling him what he should or should not do. And, you know, they're using it to make a lot of money right now. But I don't know if all of the people in his circle really have his best interests. Like, cause I think the people that work with him also work with other YouTubers, you know, they like his agent, his handlers. So I think they might be guiding him down the wrong path, and eventually it's going to get to him. But
he's just I mean, it's almost sad because especially when I go looking for content and stuff, like it's almost sad when I go and look at his stuff and he's like the epitome of stupidity. And like, I can't get beyond it because it's like, why would you even say that? Like, why are you this dumb?
He's really good at creating a character out of himself. I think
Well,
he's
and that's
been really
what I'm
successful
wondering.
with that.
That's what I'm really wondering is like how much of this is set up or how much of this is like, you know,
if
like
you were probably
pre-discussed.
If there was a camera off, if there's no camera and you're in a room with Zerka, he'd probably be like at least somewhat tolerable.
Yeah, he seems like a nice guy, but he goes a little crazy on camera. Hold on. Wandering Doc. It says, I've got an alert from you. It says your guest Wandering Doc is on an Android Chrome, which has a bug that causes an echo. Google is working to fix it. For now, please ask your guest to wear headphones to avoid echo or use a different
Is that better?
We've also informed your guest.
Is that better?
Yeah, it sounds fine, but it's just the wind. Wherever you're at right now, the wind is kind of hitting the speaker. But you were fine though.
Wandering Doc.
Yeah.
a hero of the LFA community. There are a couple of heroes of the LFA community.
What's up, Ron?
He's a
Did you call
winner.
me something about a hero?
Yeah, yeah. We have heroes of the LFA community, just characters that have built up a story over time, you know. Wandering Doc needs to be muted.
Oh, shots
Uh-oh.
fired. The wandering cop. The wandering
Ron
cop.
doesn't like me. He's a bit bitter about
Oh, you guys
some
were
things that
buddies.
happen.
You guys
Ron
were
is a
buddies
bit
at
bitter.
one point.
It's okay. It's okay.
I'm not bitter about anything.
Oh,
I know what you're bitter about, but that's okay.
What am I bitter about?
I'll just say that you told a group of 4 people in a video chat a bunch of stuff about your personal life. You didn't even tell it to me directly, and they told me about it. So if you're telling a group in confidence and they're the ones that told me about it, you got mad at me. So that's the only thing. I'm not gonna say what it is.
I mean, okay, whatever. I mean, you blatantly called me out in front of a Discord for nothing, attacking my
A
character.
Discord that you shared that with, a Discord that has like 5 active people, literally 3 or 4 or 5 people that post on it, that you told on video chat this stuff, and you thought I ratted you out or called you out. These are the people that you told this information about. It's an inactive Discord. You act like I went on some public forum and like said some stuff that you already made public in that venue already.
Okay, look, I've already moved past this. There's no reason to revisit it.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm not bitter about anything, but I didn't appreciate how you behaved, and I've told you how I felt.
Niggas coming out of pocket.
Damn. Should I get some popcorn? So that just got awkward.
Why is old boy pulling up in the with the hood on, and he'll show himself on camera for a second and smile and pop off?
That's the Cincinnati Bengals, Ric Flair.
Yeah, I'm just a little shy, I guess. I don't know, just trying to protect my identity. But,
yeah.
I thought this would be a
forgot
fun
to put
thing
my
to do.
sunglasses on too. Everybody's gonna know who I am now.
I wear my sunglasses at night.
Oh man, hell of a fucking night, huh?
Yeah, I went one more beer than I expected.
All right, so Doc, what's good with you pimping? You popped on?
Wandering Doc, what do you have to say?
Nothing. I was enjoying the stream. I was hoping Carrie talked a little bit more about his experience.
God damn, Carrie hop in. This shit gonna plummet to the depths.
Yeah, let's get Carrie in here.
The fuck?
Why would you summon him?
That guy's abysmal to listen
Oh,
to. Anytime he pops in, I'm like, disconnect. Rap.
Well,
Yeah,
if
but
he
he's
could
funny
keep
sometimes.
it civil and not say any weird stuff and controversial topics, that'd be good. Is that possible, LFA?
Or if he could
Has he ever not demonetized your stream?
No, I mean, no, he's like this old guy I used to know long time ago, many years ago. I used to work with this old guy, and he was old, and he didn't understand that the shit that he said was hella racist and hella, whatever. And it's like, dude, you can't say that. And he's like, no. And you know how like
I'm not racist, but and then racism follows.
No, I mean, he would just say shit. He would be like, when I was in the army, we used to call cigarettes fags. And then but he would say it to like a gay dude. He'd be like, oh, you're gay. He'd be like, hey, when I was in the army, we used to call cigarettes those. And I'd be like, man,
based.
Stop. Yeah. I mean, it was base, but but Carrie is the same way. Like, he doesn't mean any harm, but he just says things that he shouldn't say. And he doesn't understand that it's like we're on YouTube, dude. Like it's not, we're not just like hanging out talking on the phone.
Yeah,
This
you got to
is-
come in with some restraint. I can't say the
Yeah.
shit I actually would like to say, but
Yeah.
Or maybe
I
just
know
a
that.
common filter would be nice.
Mm-hmm. But I like Carrie. I like Carrie. He's always welcome.
Black Savant.
He does always keep the
Oh,
he does
shit.
always keep the conversation going.
Yeah.
So that's good.
I get him. I understand other people out there. Some people don't get Carrie, so they don't like Carrie. But when you get Carrie, you like Carrie.
What is it that you get about Carrie that you think other people don't?
I mean, he kind of has like a twisted, perverted, but humorous take on things. And a lot of people just see it as like creepy and weird, but I see it as like, I understand what he means.
It's kind of like an Adult Swim shock value humor. The kind
Yeah.
of shit, you know,
But
you
he
see.
also
It comes across as authentic to me. That's what I appreciate.
Yeah, he's raw. He doesn't care what you're gonna think about him when he says it. He just says it. And most of the time it's the cold hard truth, and it's a pill that not anybody wants to swallow. So
Yeah. And he's smart. I mean, he's an old dude, but he's knowledgeable on a lot of shit. Like no matter what we talk about, he will hit you from left field with like details that you didn't even know about. Like he's a wise old dude.
You can
Lived
tell
a lot of life.
You
Yeah.
definitely can tell Carrie his experience. He's very knowledgeable and he knows what he's talking about. He's had a lot of great advice to offer people who call in and ask questions. I do think there is like sort of a psychology of like talking into a microphone and not having the camera on. And I think Carrie's really good at like maybe closing his eyes and imagining him.
I like that.
It's like closing his eyes and imagining his 30-year-old self again. And, you know, I mean, it's nice that we can kind of live through those experiences, but, you know, it's where you kind of get in, like some people think Carrie's creepy or whatever. And he does kind of come off as like maybe that creepy old man or something. But, you know, I don't know. That's my Carrie theory, guys.
Well, I also
I'm
think
neutral on Carrie. I don't think anything bad about him.
But I think if he just he is very wise. I mean, like LFA, you kind of nailed that. Like he's very well experienced. He knows his history. He could talk about anything. And I think if he just didn't sexualize every conversation, you know, or like then like I could actually sit and listen to him and be like, oh wow, tell me more.
I don't think there
You
was
know?
ever a point where Carrie said something that made me think, like keeping it a buck. I don't think I've ever had that.
Well, the thing
Ever.
with Carrie is he's always talking. It's like he's locker room talk, no matter who he talks to. Like he can go to his like pastor or like, you know, I don't know, like going to a convenience store. And I could just picture him talking to like exactly. It's locker room talk. So I don't know. I think it's just the filter. It's not gonna go away.
John Frederick said that I had a sneak diss in there.
Who were you sneak dissing?
Carrie.
Who you shooting shots at?
I allegedly Carrie. I don't know.
And anyone that's not on cam, right? I got that. You always been that way though, even in the
Taper with the sneak diss spray shot.
But that's another thing though. If you actually do come at Carrie, like, and you do attack him, he fights back. Like he will.
That's me for sure.
Yeah, you do too.
Yeah.
But Carrie's an old ass man, but he'll hold his own.
You know, I don't know. Yeah. Carrie's all right.
Well, I don't think anything
Yeah, I mean,
bothers him.
I would never attack Carrie. I can't handle a war with the Carrie. I don't want a war with the Carrie.
He has nothing to lose.
Well, in a couple times a stream, like it does get to a point where two people are talking loud over each other or trying to. And yeah, that's kind of when Carrie starts to argue, it can get like that.
Yeah, I was just going to say, he just has to make sure that he's not interrupting people when they're speaking, or at least try. I know it's difficult when there's a lag sometimes, but if you can just try to do that, that'd be great.
Guys, I just realized we're 4 hours in.
What do we call you, guy with the hood?
You just call me Dylan.
Dylan. You mentioned Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Is that something you do?
Yeah, I started in 2015 and I'm a purple belt. And Yeah, jujitsu has been probably the single most positive, transformative thing I've done in terms of just, I guess, I mean, I'm 30 years old now. I started when I was like 24, I think, something like that, if the math adds up. And just
Why are
in
you
terms
trying to
of,
hide your identity, though? If you're, you're a jujitsu master, you're a man, you can defend yourself.
I think you just generally have to be careful if you're on a Manosphere podcast. I mean,
Why?
I don't
Why
blame them.
though?
it's a good question, LFA. I don't know. I'm just new to the internet. That's all.
Well, yeah, no, I understand, but why would you care? Why wouldn't you just own that shit?
You might
Everything
have.
you do, just own it.
You might
Maybe
have.
next time I hop in, I'll ditch the hood and glasses.
I just think you have to own everything. Like
Keep 'em
I
up.
don't live a secret. Like I mean, just own everything, you know?
What do you think about that, LFA? Because I've had this discussion, or I thought about this.
For everyone.
Like, you have like these guys like Trump, Kiyosaki, Grant Cardone. They want people to know their name, and they're probably getting richer for it. Whereas a lot of no-name black pillars or whatever on the internet, or Manosphere guys, they pretty much have nothing anyone would go after, but they're so secretive about hiding their first and last name.
And they're
So,
still
like, what's
getting
the
paid.
Yeah, because
Think
they
about that.
say things that they wouldn't otherwise say if their identity was completely known. That's the reality. And you can't just say whatever you want if you're going to be open with your identity. You can't.
So the difference is if you're like if you have a platform and you want to say things that you wouldn't otherwise say in a public setting or whatever, then you're
100%.
So yeah, once you make that point that you're in a public figure, that's it, right? You can't.
Yeah, there's no going back. And that's the thing. And I think, if you're somebody, and I think in 2023, going on 2024, I think everybody should make themselves a public figure, because we live in a time period where you can be that. It doesn't have to be Manosphere. Like, you could be a jujitsu public figure.
And I feel like if you get big enough, you're probably someone's gonna know you're like, Derek Moore plays more dates, for example. You could just Google his name.
Exactly.
You could probably find.
If I were like a psychologist, if I were a doctor, I would be making videos about like ways to stay healthy. And I would literally make YouTube my number one career. And then being a doctor would be my number two career, because I would make so much more money on YouTube than I do as a doctor. But obviously, if you're giving medical advice and you have a PhD, you don't have to like be worried or hide who you are.
So let me ask you this, because I have an MD, right? If I were to speak on the internet about health advice, if I were to speak, do you think like the degree or the authority would give me more clout or less?
More.
But you would have to
100%
choose
more.
the right genre. Like if you're giving Manosphere advice, it means nothing. I mean, who cares? If Manosphere is like a joke, right? But if you're giving medical advice like testosterone, just like it could be men's advice. Like you could be talking about like how to get a higher sperm count, or like just random shit that will get a lot of clicks. And because you have a PhD, you'd get a lot of clicks. Yeah, for sure. But
you know what I've noticed, like what I've noticed with that health advice, like the content creators that are like really big in what you're talking about, they're like pseudo doctors. They're like chiropractors. They're kind of like doctors that didn't finish residency. So that tells me that
they're
like
hot chicks. They're hot chicks.
Yeah, or hot chicks. Yeah, there's a few dermatologists, men and women. Yeah, but I'm just like, for the most part, I guess that most doctors out there practicing their career, paying 50% in tax and doing it their own way. That's the way I look
How many
at it.
doctors are actually good doctors?
I'm not even saying good. I'm just saying they're busy, and they're, instead of doing the YouTube thing, like that's why I did real estate, because like, you legally don't need to pay taxes. But if you're just like for every extra hour I have to work, like once you get into the whatever bracket, you would be paying like 50% in taxes. Whereas if you invest in real estate passively, you'd be legally paying close to zero.
I'm pulling a Carrie move here, but I went perverted on purpose. But like I just typed in the YouTube chat "bigger dick," and this is like what you see here. Like there's a couple male doctors and a couple like alpha M foods that make your dick bigger or whatever. But like you see these female doctors, like this lady,
Yeah,
This
I usually
lady,
just hang for 4 hours a day, and then I do my clamp work
If you
after
notice,
for
none
my
of
birthday.
these are like are like MDs. You know,
this lady Rena Malik.
I've gained 1.5 inches in length since I started hanging, and 3/4 inch girth since I started clamping. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong.
and Prawn, I could see you were pretty well read. The thing you were talking about, 1 meal a day and metabolic stuff. So the only thing I would say with 1 meal a day is protein requirements for especially men over 40. When you get to that point, you would need to eat more meals throughout the day. Like even if you eat the recommended of protein in one meal, do you think that would be enough going forward?
How are you
to
going to
maintain
hit
muscle
200
mass?
grams of protein in one meal? And
Well,
he
I'm
was
just saying,
eating
assuming he did.
I've read-
Assuming he
There's
did.
no way. There's no
Yeah,
way.
so the thing is, I've actually talked to different doctors on this topic, and I haven't been able to find like a unified consensus. So I'm interested to see your opinion. But some doctors, researchers, whatever, and I've read different papers. Some people think that there's like a limit to how much protein can be digested and processed and used for muscle synthesis. And the only way to kind of like maximize it is to space your protein consumption out over multiple meals. And then other doctors believe that it doesn't make a difference. It's about the periodic consumption. And so if you have 120 grams of protein in one meal, that protein's not just going to, vaporize and filter out of your body. It will actually be used for muscle synthesis the same way. So I don't actually know. But what I do find is that my lifts consistently go up, and they go up by just as much as a lifter who is spacing their protein consumption out. And they go up just about as fast as they possibly could go up for a natural athlete.
Yeah,
at my
I'll
level.
tell you a true story. The first time I started intermittent fasting,
Let's hear about
and-
this. I'm curious.
and I wasn't doing 1 meal a day. I was doing 3, but I would eat them in like a 4-hour time span. So I would go 20 hours without eating, and then 3 hours in a 4-hour time span.
Which is
So-
arguably 1 meal a day if you're having it in 4 hours.
Pretty much, yeah. So I back then I did like bodybuilding and stuff. So I would buy I had a set grocery list that I would buy. So it was like rice, chicken, some vegetables, and just basic shit that I would buy. I would eat the same thing every day. So I bought the same exact groceries. The only thing that I switched was I was eating 6 small meals per day spread out through the day. And I switched it to 3 big meals in a 4-hour time span. And my fucking waist shrunk up, ripped abs. I got fucking ripped up in 2 weeks. People were people couldn't believe it. They're like, what the fuck happened? You fucking got
So
shredded.
LFA. So research shows this as well. Is if you're eating a meals in a less time window, even if you're eating this, you think you're eating the same amount of calories, most people would simply eat less because your stomach, you wouldn't be able to fill your stomach in those 6 hours and 4 hours.
I swear to you.
You were. I'm just saying, that's what. Okay. Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, and
calories constant, right? If you hold the calories constant, if you say this is 2,500 calories of food on this plate, and I'm going to eat everything on this plate, you're still having 2,500 calories, right?
Well, yeah, it's 2,500 calories. Yes.
If you're trying to put on muscle mass, for leaner guys like me and you, I would say 2,500 would be, you could maintain with that, but would you be able to put on muscle with that amount of calories?
One thing I will say though, I haven't been intermittent fasting lately. Well, I'll go 16 hours and I'll eat in an 8-hour window and go 16, but I put on more strength when I'm eating more throughout the day.
Yeah, of course. The more you eat, your lifts are going to go up.
Not necessarily.
And LFA, just by, if you're natural, the fact that you got ripped.
Hold on. Spreading it out, not necessarily eating more. So if I eat 25,000 calories or 2,500 calories in one meal versus 2,500 calories in 4 meals, I'll put on more strength eating 4 meals. Just because,
and that makes sense. That makes sense.
And it is true that the nutrients, the protein in particular, and the carbs, spreading it out allows your body to properly digest it all and use it all. So
Your
that's
workouts,
true.
Though. your workout scheduling has to play
This
a role
was-
in that, right?
this was
Like you're not
me
going to go in
back
carb depleted if you're going to go
in,
squat and deadlift. You want to stack
in
carbs up.
2021
That's a fact.
on one meal a day, and I had no problem putting on size back then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to add, I'm actually 10 years vegan, and I'm not a bodybuilder. I lift occasionally, but like I said, I train jujitsu most of the time. And I'm not scrawny and I'm not weak. And just wanted to throw that in there.
And vegan at that. That's fucking tough. I would not want it. I don't know.
How
I've dated
10
girls
years.
that were vegans,
how
and I'm
do
like,
you
fuck
meet your
this.
protein
That's a tough
requirements on a
lifestyle.
vegan diet? How do you pull that off?
You know,
I tried vegan for a month. I
Beans
struggled
and
to hit
lentils.
past. Yeah, but bro, I would have a mountain of lentils and I wouldn't cross like 80 grams of protein.
And even the bioavailability of those plant proteins, like the amino acid index and all that stuff, you know, it's like 50, 60, 70% at most at soy. Like rice, lentils, beans, only 60% of that protein is being assimilated into muscle, compared with like egg white or
Yeah, but
chicken
I'm-
breast, where you're at like
curious,
95%.
how do you
Yeah.
feel like strength wise with a vegan diet? How do you hit your protein? Like, how do you feel basically?
Yeah, listen, I hear everything everyone's saying, but like I said, it's been 10 years since I made the decision to go vegan, and I don't have any problems with my strength. I mean, I train in a room of like the academy I train jujitsu at. You know, there's like maybe 30 to 40 men in there at any time, and you know, I'm right there neck and neck with them. I don't have any issues with my strength.
That's cool.
Yeah, and you know, I get my blood tested to make sure I'm not deficient in anything, and this is not me trying to like boast or brag or anything,
And
but
Prawn,
everything comes up perfect.
what he's
So,
saying
you know,
makes sense.
Keep it going, bro. Keep it going
maybe
on your
there maybe
diet.
there's
Keep
a
going.
genetic component there, because like I hear people struggling sometimes, like, you know, I don't know, I hear everything you're saying, but I've never had any issues. You know, when I go to eat,
You might also be just getting the right foods and just pulling it off correctly.
Generally curious, what's your height and body weight? I guess just
That's a
so
good
we
question,
can,
yeah.
because
So we
I
can put it into
think
perspective.
certain body weights are a little bit more obtainable. Like if you're gonna sit heavy, you're gonna, in my experience, you have to like, I have to eat meat. I have to eat way more dairy if I'm gaining. Typically, like if I want to bulk up. So I'm curious on the just your height and body weight and doing jujitsu, and then being on the vegan kind of tip, I guess.
I'm exactly 6 feet tall.
Okay.
And currently I weigh 205.
Wow.
Okay, that's fair then. That's respectable.
Solid. So not a scrawny weight by any means. Seems pretty lean. What are you, probably about 13% body fat, I'm assuming.
I don't know actually.
I don't even care if you're 30%, dog. Go run it on the mats and throw people around. Who gives a fuck?
You're like are you around like 230, 6'2"?
LFA is 285, 5% body fat year round. That's why everyone calls in.
Yeah.
LFA is Ronnie Coleman, off-season weight.
Yeah, off-season Mr. Olympia.
No,
big gains.
I'm maybe like a half inch above 6 foot, and I'm like 200 pounds.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So, Prawn, there's a theory about why some vegans can pull it off. Usually, why are the ultra endurance vegans the ones that could do it long term without cheating? Because the diet is tricky. It is low in protein, as you said, but it's deficient in fat soluble vitamins. Which let's just list them all: vitamin D3, vitamin K2, vitamin A. Those are only found in animal fat or grass-fed eggs. And now you have to rely on your genetics to convert D2 from mushrooms to D3, ALA from flax seeds and walnuts
it's a
to
genetic
EPA and
component,
DHA.
basically, is what you're saying.
But the thing is, if you're training more, you're also eating more to get the precursors. You're recycling. You eat more calories, and that way you have more. Like women actually have.
Mainly.
So, well, I'm just saying. So beta carotene to vitamin A, we can only use vitamin A. Same thing, vitamin D2 in mushrooms, we can only use D3. Your genetics is going to determine your enzymatic conversion rates.
I gotta end
So
this.
anyway, we could
All right,
talk
y'all have
about
a
that
good
later.
night. Holla at you later.
Peace.
See you guys.
Bye.
See you guys.
Peace. All right.
This Wednesday, a tornado will hit Beverly Hills,
Just tell me one thing. Do you like the dress?
and her name is Valerie.
She's the girl that's going to be staying in Brenda's room.
Brenda's room. And Brandon and Kelly had a hot summer romance.
I wish you weren't so sexy.
But now Dylan's back in town.
Whatever problem you got with her and me, get over it.
This is the start of their most exciting year ever.
90210, Wednesday at 8 on Fox 5.
I can't count how many big, hard tapes I've had inside of me. Sometimes I'll take several in a row. I can never get enough. Pick up the phone and let me rev your cassette.
So I met this girl. I asked her to dinner and a movie. She asked, what do you have in mind? So I said,
Make it a blockbuster night and a border night too. Go to Taco Bell, buy tacos or burritos and a medium drink. Get a free blockbuster video. Make it a blockbuster night and a border night too.
hurry and get a coupon for a 2-for-1 Blockbuster video rental when you buy food and a medium drink at Taco Bell.
Cross the board.
All right, guys. Sorry to end this one right when info was getting good, but we're 4 hours and almost 17 minutes into this bitch, so we got to end it. But we'll be live again on Thursday, so we'll see you. And hopefully the caller that we had on earlier comes back with his date. That would be really cool, but we'll see what is going to happen. That's what we'd like to see happen.
Oh, fuck yeah.
But we'll see what happens. Thank you guys for showing up. Let's get these balloons. Wait. Fireworks. Good enough. All right, guys. Hope this video was somewhat informative. That's about it for tonight, guys. Until next time, see ya.